the situation yesterday?
No.
There's an autofocus button.
Yeah, that seems to have helped. Okay.
Yes.
You got that weird like toolbar thing on there now. Hit it one more time. There you go. All good? You could probably zoom out a little bit. No, I'm just testing this to make sure it works for our first witness. And I don't want it to be the whole time that we're up there. So
You don't want it to what?
blue screen walls.
You can close the shade on the Edelson. It slides across so it covers the cameras on top. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, got it.
Alright, are you a cool cam for everyone?
Where's Carl? We'll make sure that it's, yeah, we'll make sure it's good so you can hear us. Records are important. Yeah. You're touching.
All rise for tonight's session. The Honorable Ronald Mueller presiding.
Good morning, please be seated. All right, good morning to everyone. We are here this morning in the case of the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua. It's 2016 CF 3036 and 2018 CF 497. And Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel, Mr. DeCos and Ms. Kawas, and Ms. Kappelman and Ms. Dugan on behalf of the state. Okay, so I have a few things here on my desk that we probably need to address. I know that we do have all the jurors present and accounted for, so we're ready to go in that regard. And so, Ms. Kappelman, this is a joint stipulation that will be necessary for testimony this morning.
Is that regards to the DNA, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'll ask that be read during the appropriate time during Joanne Maltese's testimony.
All right. And just for the record, Ms. Kawas, you've signed this, so there's no objection from the defense?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so just ask the court at the appropriate time, and we'll make sure that that is read to the jury.
Would the court like me to email the stipulation instruction to Your Honor?
Well, we're going to need to do that. So if you could, do you have the ability to print it out right there?
I don't have it here, but I can on our first break. I expect the stipulation to be read between witnesses 3 and 4, so we'll probably have a break before then.
Okay, if you could print that instruction out for me, and then I'll read it at the same time. All right, and we have the witness list. This Ms. Kappelman has been provided to the defense also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and all right, any discussion about that for any reason?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, great. Okay, let's see. Do we have, I can't see over there, but yes, we have pads and pens that have been provided for the jurors, and so that's all taken care of. Mr. DeCoste, during my initial instructions to the jury, I remind them of the defendant's right to remain silent. Do you have any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, thank you. And has the rule been invoked?
We will now, Your Honor.
Okay. And so, Ms. Kappelman, have you advised all your witnesses that are intended to testify in the case to remain outside the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I'll take responsibility for doing that as we go along as well.
All right, and have you instructed them not to have any conversation amongst themselves about anything that they're going to testify to or anything about the case?
Yes, sir, I'll take responsibility for doing that as the witnesses arrive.
All right, thank you. Okay, and then also, if there's any defense witnesses, also, we need the same operations that go with that. They'll need to remain outside the courtroom and be instructed. They can certainly have conversations with the attorneys, but not amongst themselves, okay?
Your Honor, the only request that we would have is we have one expert witness, John Sawicki. We would like him to potentially sit in and watch the testimony of their expert witness in the same field, Sergeant Chris Corbin.
All right, do you have any objection to that?
No, sir, as long as it goes both ways.
Okay, so,
What's fair is fair.
okay, so the expert witness, do we know, Ms. Kappelman, when will that witness be testifying? So I'm not surprised if we have somebody in the courtroom. Anticipate approximately.
We anticipate that he'll at least begin his testimony on Friday, Judge.
Okay, all right. So Friday, if you could just advise the court that he is sitting in so that I know who he is, please.
Will do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, exhibits, Ms. Kappelman, we have those all marked and ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. However, the state has not had opportunity to view the defense exhibits yet, so we would ask that before those are proffered or used, that we have an opportunity to do that. Perhaps at lunch today might be a good time.
All right, Mr. DeCoste?
Your Honor, that's completely fine. We did discuss it. We were having internet issues being able to send it over. As I explained to the state, all of our exhibits are coming from their discovery, so there's no surprises in what we're using. We don't know exactly what we're going to use yet. It's contingent upon what they do. This leads me to one other question. I think the government would have an objection. They did the last time, which is us entering in exhibits during their case in chief. It moves things a lot faster than us having to recall witnesses in our case in chief. But I'll leave it to them if they have an objection to it.
Ms. Kappelman, do you have an objection to that?
In general, I do, Judge. I might make an exception, so I just need to see what the item is and who the witness is. So my preference on that would be to object as I see fit as we go along.
All right, so any exhibits that you anticipate that you're going to be using, I know that there's some that you might not eventually use, but let's make sure that the state is able to see those if we need to do that at lunch. And then as you anticipate with any individual witnesses, if you can check with the state first, and if there's not a problem, then we'll admit them at that time.
Will do. I have my stack of evidence that goes to the innocence of Ms. Mcmanual, and at lunch I'll go over it with the government.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, just a reminder about the questioning of the witness, that any witness that is on the stand, the attorney that's responsible for that witness in regards to questioning will be the one making any objections. So with either side, there'll be no double teaming. There'll be one attorney that is responsible for the objections and the questioning for that particular witness. Mr. DeCoste, do you intend to concede any guilt to any of the criminal charges before the jury?
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to equal co-counsel, Ms. Kawase.
Ms. Kawase?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, any other issues that we need to address at this time? Ms. Kappelman?
I just wanted to let Your Honor know that Ms. Dugan will handle opening for the state this morning, and
Okay.
then I'm going to handle the witnesses this morning.
All right, thank you. And then for the defense, who will be handling opening?
I'll be handling opening, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you, Ms. Kawase.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else before we bring the jury in? We're all good?
Nothing else from the state.
Okay,
Nothing from the defense.
all right, thank you. Okay. Deputy, we're ready for the jury, please. Madam Clerk, when the jury comes in, I'm going to ask that they please remain standing, and if you could swear them in. Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, if you need anything from me, just make sure you let me know, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Good morning. All right, good morning to everyone. If you could just please remain standing for just one moment, and the clerk is going to swear you in. Please respond to the clerk.
You can all please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
I will.
All right, please be seated. All right, good morning to everyone. Thank you for your promptness in returning this morning. The court certainly appreciates that. As you know, you have been selected and now you have been sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua. I will do my best to try to run this trial as efficiently as possible. As I mentioned before, normally we'll be in the courtroom during regular working hours. However, sometimes due to witness schedules, we might go over a little bit or we might even be under a little bit, but I'll try to adhere as best I can to that schedule. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, we'll start at 9 o'clock every morning. I expect counsel and any other people that are associated with this case to be on time and ready to proceed as directed. And so in that same manner, I also ask that you please be timely in your return to the courtroom, both in the mornings and after your lunchtime, so that we can keep on schedule. Okay, I also don't want you to be concerned that there will be times when I'll need to have discussions with the counsel outside of your hearing. We'll have a sidebar discussion. I don't want you to be concerned about that when we do have those discussions. This is a criminal case. Ms. Magbanua has been charged with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And the definition and elements of those offenses will be explained to you at a later time. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Magbanua, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The charging document in this case is not evidence. It's not to be considered by you as proof of any guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. And it's your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how the trial will be conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make an opening statement to you. The opening statement gives the attorney a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath, and they'll be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will instruct you on the law that is applicable to the case. And following that, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make a closing argument to you. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law by me. And until that time, you must not discuss this case amongst yourselves. During the course of the trial, the court will take recesses, and during these recesses, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to do this, then please ask them to stop. If they persist, then please notify the bailiff, who will notify me. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence admitted during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Please do not conduct any investigation on your own. And as I have previously warned, this includes reading any newspapers, watching the television, using your computer, the cell phone, the internet, or any electronic device to get any information related to the people or places involved in this case. And this applies whether you are here at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. Please do not visit any places mentioned in the trial, or use the internet to look at any maps or pictures to see any place discussed. Please do not have any discussions of any sort with any friends or family members about the case or the people or places involved. Do not let even the closest family member make a comment to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using any electronic device. That would be a phone, a computer, or any other electronic device, and that would include posting information on an internet website, a chat room, or a blog. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant does not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it's their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on why it is made. And if an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you should not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained. Pads and pens have been provided to you in the event you would like to take notes during the trial. You are not required to do so. Some people find it useful in receiving information, and others do not. If you decide to take notes, you do not need to take notes on the instructions on the law that I give you, because a printed copy will be provided to you when you retire to deliberate and consider your verdict in this case. A word of caution. There may be a tendency to attach undue importance to matters that you have written down. There may be a tendency to rely on your notes to the exclusion of your other recollections. A jury's verdict should be the result of the collective memories of all the jurors, and you should not abandon your recollection solely because of what is contained in your notes. There's also a possibility that you become so engrossed in taking your notes that you miss other evidence or how a witness acted, which is also important in determining the truth. Your notes are not evidence, and above all, your memory should be your greatest asset when it's time to deliberate and render a decision in this case. And with that caution, I leave it to your discretion as to whether or not you want to take notes during the trial. At the end of the trial, when you have reached a verdict and it has been announced in open court, your notes will be gathered by the bailiff, they will not be reviewed by anyone, including the court, and they will be shredded and destroyed. A rule of procedure has been invoked called the Rule of Sequestration. That means that all witnesses that are intended to testify at the trial will remain outside the courtroom until it is their turn to testify. That way they don't hear any of the testimony of any of the other witnesses before providing their own testimony. Those witnesses have also been instructed not to have any discussions amongst themselves about any of the testimony or anything about the trial until they provide their own testimony. All right, those are my initial instructions for you. And so we're ready to proceed to opening statements. And Ms. Kappelman, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll proceed to opening statements. The state goes first. And Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the court and counsel. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today. Judge, I think we might have a question.
Yes.
Should I address you, Your Honor?
Well, is the question is anything substantive, or are you having a problem hearing, or?
Yeah, it has to do with my hearing aids.
Okay, do you need something done, or do you need to be closer to the speaker?
Apparently my Bluetooth did not disconnect from my phone, and so I can hear like beeps like that.
You're hearing some feedback?
Yeah, I just need to
Turn off your phone?
turn off my phone.
Okay. Deputy, if you could take the juror back to turn off his phone. That'll be fine. You can just go back and turn off your phone. Just let us know when you're ready and come back out. Right, all good now? Okay, great. I appreciate you letting me know. Okay, Ms. Dugan?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning again, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank y'all all for your service today. All right, so the reason we're here today. The reason we're here this morning is because the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua, set up the murder of a man named Dan Markell. And the evidence in this case will prove to you that the defendant was the link, or the middleman, between the people who wanted this murder done and the person who pulled the trigger. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant had a rich boyfriend named Charlie Adelson. And Charlie Adelson's family had a big problem. And that problem was Dan Markell. And the solution to the problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution because she had connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a stranger, someone they'd never met, and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markell, was known as Danny to his friends and his family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys at the time of his death. He was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University, and he was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee.
The last day of Dan Markell's life began like any other of his days that summer. He woke up, he dropped his 2 young sons off at preschool, and then he drove to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home, he pulled in the driveway, and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of murdering him. And when he pulled into his driveway that morning after his workout, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markell's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window, and the neighbor saw a light-colored Prius back quickly out of Dan Markell's driveway and speed off towards Benton Road. The neighbor, waited a couple minutes and looked outside to see if Dan Markell was gonna, come outside or back down the driveway too or what. And he didn't see anything, so he, got a funny feeling, walks over there to see what's going on, and he discovers a gruesome scene. He sees that Dan Markell's car window, his driver's side window, is shattered. He sees that Dan Markell is still behind the wheel, and he's alive but unresponsive and terribly injured. He calls 911, and law enforcement arrives. They find Dan Markell unresponsive too. He's got a gunshot wound to the head, and he's taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. And Dan Markell was just 41 years old when he died. Law enforcement immediately begins to investigate. Who killed Dan Markell? They learn of a couple of clues that immediately set them down these 2 different paths in this investigation. The first path relates to Dan Markell's personal life, and the second path relates to that light-colored Prius that the neighbors saw fleeing from the crime scene. And the evidence will show that both of these paths led to this defendant. So let's talk about the first path. In looking into Dan Markell's personal life, at who might have a motive to want him dead, law enforcement learned that Markell was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who was named Wendy Adelson. A review of the court case file revealed that Wendy Adelson was desperate to move back to Miami with her children in order to be closer to her parents. Her parents are named Harvey and Donna Adelson, and also her brother, who lives down there too. His name is Charlie Adelson. And you may remember that name from earlier. Charlie Adelson was the rich boyfriend of the defendant. Dan Markell was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. He wants his kids here with him. And the judge ended up ruling in his favor, in Dan Markell's favor. So Wendy was not permitted to move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markell. A review of Wendy Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markell and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and her children, Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami, even if that meant having to threaten, bully, or bribe Dan Markell to accomplish this. Although the divorce between Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson was final about a year before the murder, but litigation continued throughout that year, right up until his death, with both sides alleging violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement. And actually, shortly before the murder, Dan Markell alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children. And he actually asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with his children, her grandchildren. But the murder of Dan Markell ensured that a ruling on this motion would never be a problem. And just days after the murder, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami within walking distance of the Adelson family's Miami home. Dan Markell's son's last name was changed from Markel to Adelson, and just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives. And the Adelson family's big problem had been resolved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. Wendy and her parents and her brother Charlie are all extremely close. Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson actually all work together at the Adelson Institute, which is the family's dental practice in Miami. And Charlie is especially close with his mother, Donna. The two of them talk every day on the phone for long periods of time, and Donna is very involved in Wendy Adelson and Charlie Adelson's lives. After Dan Markell was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson, and she acknowledged that her family did have a motive to want Dan Markell dead. She said that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had actually made comments that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell as a divorce present to her, but decided to buy her a TV instead because that was cheaper. So this path of looking into a motive in Dan Markell's personal life of who would want to kill him leads law enforcement to Charlie Adelson, a man who looked into hiring a hitman to kill him. And then Dan Markell was killed by a hitman. And who was Charlie Adelson's girlfriend at the time of this murder? It was this defendant, Katherine Magbanua. And the fact that she was his girlfriend at the time becomes significant when you hear where the other path of this investigation led. The other path began when the neighbors saw that Prius pulling out of the driveway, fleeing from the crime scene. So, simultaneously, as police are investigating any motive in Dan Markell's personal life, the police are always also trying to track down that Prius. They've got to track down that Prius. And when law enforcement retraced Dan Markell's steps that morning on the day of his death, they uncovered some chilling surveillance images of that Prius, just like the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markell into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour for him in the parking lot while he was inside working out, and then following him back home from Premier Gym to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with cell phone records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. And they were able to identify both of the hitmen who rented that car and the woman who hired them to do the killing, this defendant. Finding the hitman and this defendant, though, was not a simple task. And you'll hear a lot about that during this trial. This was done through a painstaking review of surveillance images, cell phone records, SunPass toll records that took a long time. It was a monumental task. And law enforcement combed through all of the cell phone numbers communicating with the cell tower that services Premier Gym around the time that that Prius was seen in the parking lot. And law enforcement found a number with a Miami area code, and that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia, who is the father of the defendant's children. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that day when the Prius was there. And that number belongs to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a Miami Latin King gang member, and he is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia. So police then look at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, and it shows that they left Miami on July 16th of 2014. They arrived in Tallahassee on the day of the murder on July 18th. They followed Dan Markell to Premier Gym. It shows their phones both being powered down, turned off just minutes before the murder, and they stayed off until after the murder. The phones then came on again around Gainesville as the two were headed southbound back to Miami, and an ATM camera caught both of them in the Prius on the return trip down to Miami. So now police know the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markell, but they continue to look for evidence to explain why two men who live in Miami came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and Dan Markell? Phone records revealed that one of Garcia's most frequent contacts in his cell phone was the defendant. As I said, Garcia and the defendant shared children in common together, and they also have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship. And the defendant, they saw, is also a frequent contact in Charlie Adelson's phone records, the man who once joked about hiring a hitman to kill Markell. And law enforcement, as I said, learned that the defendant was dating Charlie Adelson at the time that Dan Markell was murdered. So the defendant's boyfriend was looking to hire a hitman, and her children's father was the hitman who killed Dan Markell. So not only did the path of law enforcement looking into the motive in this crime lead to the defendant because she was dating Charlie Adelson, but looking into the car fleeing the scene also led law enforcement to the defendant through her relationship with Garcia. So both of these paths in this investigation ended with the defendant. 2 investigations and 1 conclusion. Law enforcement then reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and this defendant all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. The defendant got a breast augmentation surgery and later got a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. The defendant's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Also, about 2 months after this murder, the defendant was added to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. She began receiving regular checks from their business account, although no one has been able to determine what, if anything, she did for the dental practice. She never physically went there to work. She never made any calls on the Adelson's behalf that law enforcement was ever able to find. And the other employees of the Adelson Institute confirmed that she did not work there. Bank records showed that the defendant's account had a huge cash spike shortly after this murder. You'll learn that she deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks after this murder than in the entire year before. And this was during a time where there was no record of her being employed. In the year following the murder, she deposited 3 times as much cash as she did in the year before the murder. So the investigation that developed from the crime scene led to the defendant through the relationship with the shooter. The investigation that led from looking into the motive in his private life led to the defendant through her relationship with Charlie Adelson. And the financial evidence implicated the defendant as a beneficiary of a large amount of cash and some gifts after the murder. But the police also noticed something else. they noticed a distinct pattern in the phone activity surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, then from Charlie Adelson to this defendant, and then from this defendant to Sigfredo Garcia, and then back the other way. Donna Adelson never contacted the defendant. Charlie Adelson never contacted Sigfredo Garcia. Could it be that the Adelsons were insulating themselves from the killers, the people who pulled the trigger, by having this defendant act as a middleman to set up this murder? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation to clarify who the members of this conspiracy were and how information traveled within the conspiracy. Police were able to get court authorization to go up on a wiretap, and they listened in real time to the phone calls between the defendant and Charlie Adelson. But at that point, almost 2 years had gone by since the murder. All the members of the conspiracy had gone on with their lives, believing they'd gotten away with this. The defendant and Charlie Adelson are still in communication, but they are no longer dating, and they hadn't been in a relationship for about 1.5 years. The defendant is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia at this point, kind of on again, off again. At this point, they're back together. And Charlie Adelson has moved on and had many other girlfriends since the defendant. And Rivera, at that time, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. As part of the undercover operation, the police needed some event that would generate conversation between the conspirators of this murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated. And they wanted him to send the undercover agent. They wanted the undercover agent to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. So the undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson outside of Adelson Institute. He hands her a piece of paper, and the piece of paper has an article on it about the murder of Dan Markell. And it has a phone number, and it has the amount of $5,000. And the undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, and that Rivera wants more money to even things out. Because if y'all will remember, the defendant is still on the Adelson Institute payroll. She stays on the payroll from about 2 months after the murder all the way up to May 2016. And she's continuing to get money from the Adelsons, while Rivera just got the one-time payment for murder. So that's what the undercover agent says. He wants more money to even things out, Rivera does. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson call Garcia or Rivera? Will she call the police? Or will she confirm the pattern that law enforcement initially observed and call Charlie Adelson? And then, if so, will Charlie Adelson call the defendant or somebody else? And then who will that person call? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that Donna Adelson calls is Charlie Adelson. And one would think that the first thing Donna Adelson would say is, you know, the craziest thing happened today. Some man approached me on the street, handed me an article about Danny being murdered, and is demanding money from us. But she never says that. She never says Dan Markell's name. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was delivered to her that involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. Donna Adelson says, this TV is probably about $5,000. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend. She never says Katherine Magbanua's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked, whose ex-girlfriend? Or which ex-girlfriend? Who are they talking about? He never asked that. After this phone call with his mother, Charlie Adelson then calls the defendant. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the ex-girlfriend before that. No, he calls this defendant. And his call to Katherine Magbanua is the only call he makes to an ex-girlfriend after getting this information from his mother. And he had not dated Katherine Magbanua for 1.5 years at this point. He never calls any other ex-girlfriend and never talks to anyone else about the man approaching his mom and trying to blackmail her, except for his family and this defendant, Katherine Magbanua. He never calls the police to report that his mother has been extorted, and he never calls Garcia or Rivera. You all will hear the calls between Charlie Adelson and the defendant, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that the two of them are being very careful about what they say. It's apparent that the people involved in this conspiracy are very smart, and they are immediately suspicious that the other could be wearing a wire, or law enforcement could be listening to these conversations. So next, Charlie Adelson and the defendant met in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby. And the agent had a camera, a hidden camera, and recorded the conversation. Their conversation can be very difficult to hear at times. Experts have tried to clarify the recording as much as possible and have succeeded in taking out most of the background noise, but the defendant was speaking very softly and her voice is still extremely difficult to hear. However, Charlie Adelson's voice is deeper, it's lower, it's a little louder, and it can be heard. And in the recording, we hear him discussing with her whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer or someone trying to blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it just somebody trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who knows information? And you'll hear on the recording that Charlie Adelson reassures the defendant that if it's the police, that's a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence.
Object to speculation at this point.
Overruled.
That means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anyone. In fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. He starts giving her some legal advice. He says, in order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time the crime was committed, which unfortunately for the defendant and Charlie Adelson is not an accurate statement of the law, as you'll see in the jury instructions. It's important to note that, at the time that this conversation is taking place, no arrests had been made at this point of Garcia, Rivera, or of anyone. The only thing that the police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the Prius that was seen fleeing the scene. And it was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera had rented and used the day of Dan Markell's murder. So the only thing police had ever put out there is a photo of the Prius. Police knew at this point that Garcia and Rivera had rented the Prius, but the public didn't know that. The public only had a photo. And you'll hear Charlie Adelson give the defendant several analogies about rental cars being used to commit crimes in this recording. He reassures her that if her DNA is found in a car, all that means is at one point she sat in a car. And that if that car was later used to commit a crime, Police can't prove that just from her DNA being in a car. Charlie Adelson says that if a rental car is found that was at the scene of a crime, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time of the crime. And he gives her a very interesting hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami, someone asking to borrow it, driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So you all will be able to listen to these conversations and decide for yourselves whether Charlie Adelson was trying to reassure the defendant that, even if police are able to identify who rented that Prius that police had put out to the public as a photo of the car fleeing the scene, they still wouldn't have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder. Charlie Adelson continues to reassure the defendant about the lack of evidence. He let her know that, basically as long as they stay quiet, they don't have anything to worry about. And he does that by explaining to her that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. And at one point, Charlie Adelson points out that, the money hasn't been used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of police. Charlie Adelson does this by asking her, let me ask you a question. When everybody was there the next day, and then he asks her about the money, and then he says, it's not like you're driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. And you all will hear during the course of this trial why those statements are important, why the question about the money and the next day is particularly important. Because the evidence will show that the defendant traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence the night of the murder. She picked up payment for the murder, the $100,000, and delivered payment to Garcia and Rivera the next day, the day after the murder. When discussing the possibility of whether there is actually a gangster here trying to blackmail his family, Charlie Adelson says, whoever this person is knows information. Charlie Adelson says there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police, they could do that, but then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family, and the blackmailer would start talking, and he would start calling out the defendant's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay him, but let him know that this is a one-time thing and try to scare off the blackmailer by saying, if you come around again, we're going to go to the police. So Charlie Adelson gives the defendant very precise instructions to call the number that the blackmailer gave them with the article of Dan Markell and tell the blackmailer, my friends, meaning the Adelson family, my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who's incarcerated, that name you said, does sound familiar. So I'm going to give you the money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again or they will go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give the defendant $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer. Charlie is concerned throughout this conversation that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And Charlie Adelson starts to let the defendant know what Sigfredo Garcia needs to do. Charlie Adelson lets the defendant know that he is willing to pay whatever it takes for this guy to be killed. Charlie Adelson tells her that this guy is, and excuse my language, but I'm going to say what Charlie Adelson said in the recording. This guy is fucking with Sigfredo Garcia's wife, meaning the defendant. He's fucking with him, and you better kill him or he's going to be a big problem. He knows who you are. Charlie Adelson says if he can't do it, have someone else do it. Charlie Adelson says, So help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's gonna be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. During this conversation, Charlie Adelson never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. He only refers to him as he and his. But the evidence will show that Charlie Adelson was talking about Sigfredo Garcia here, and that's what he wanted Sigfredo Garcia to do. Because next, Charlie Adelson checks with the defendant to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason that he wouldn't do this. He says, I have you on salary. You think you'd be happy about that? He says, our paths never crossed. I wasn't in the picture when you and him were together. Meaning Charlie Adelson didn't think he and Katie's relationship had any overlap with Katherine Magbanua.
Overruled.
With Katherine Magbanua and Garcia's relationship. After hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, you can't hear much of what the defendant says, but you can tell that her tone doesn't change. She doesn't yell, whoa, whoa, what? She doesn't hop up from the table and get up and run out of the...
Overruled.
She doesn't hop up from the table and get up and run out of the restaurant. Instead, the defendant then asks Charlie Adelson, she says, help me out. And Charlie Adelson says, he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he does. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do for her. He helps out when it's somebody's birthday. He helps her with her car problems. She doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help her. And throughout of Charlie Adelson's conversation with the defendant, Charlie Adelson would catch himself saying something a little incriminating, like at one point he says, why would this guy go to my mom? Why not go to me? That makes me think they only know part of the story. But then immediately says, but of course I had nothing to do with this. You know, I don't know anything about this. Because he was very paranoid that the police could possibly be listening to these conversations, which was a valid concern because they were. What you won't hear in this recording is any explanation by Charlie Adelson to the defendant of why the police would be running an undercover operation on his family, or why someone would be blackmailing his family. Charlie Adelson never has to explain that to the defendant, even though it seems like that would be the first thing that an innocent person would want to know, and that we would hear an explanation for that. After meeting with this defendant, Charlie Adelson calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything is fine. The defendant then asks Sigfredo Garcia to call the number from the paperwork. And you'll hear a number of calls between the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia, and one in particular where she voices concern because what the blackmailer has said is getting too detailed. You'll have an opportunity, as I said, to hear these calls from this undercover operation. And when you listen to these calls, you'll see how, first of all, how information flows from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, from Charlie Adelson to the defendant, from the defendant to Sigfredo Garcia. And in these calls, you'll hear the parties talking. And they're going to be using words like TV and false leads, listings, properties, clients, relationship advice, patients, board of dentistry, all these different terms that are normal terms, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation, don't really make sense. And you all are going to determine the facts in this case, and you can decide whether these suspects are actually talking about being blackmailed, or whether they're actually talking about TVs and relationship advice and real estate deals, or whether they're actually talking about being blackmailed or investigated by the police and are talking in this code in case law enforcement may be listening. Throughout these calls, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, the defendant, they're all hopeful that this guy, this blackmailer, is actually law enforcement just trying to get information. They think that if it's law enforcement, that means that the police don't have enough to bring charges. They're just trying to get information. They're just doing a fishing expedition. Versus the other possibility, which would be much worse for them, that the Adelsons and the defendant are being blackmailed by someone who actually knows information about their roles in the murder of Dan Markell and may tell police what they know. So, after this undercover operation, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested. They're charged with the murder of Dan Markell. Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to provide information about the murder of Dan Markell and the people responsible for it. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markell. Rivera described how Sigfredo Garcia told him that this defendant, Katherine Magbanua, had set up a job for them in Tallahassee, and it was going to pay $100,000, with Rivera's cut being $35,000. Rivera told law enforcement that the job was to kill a guy to help the Adelson family, specifically Wendy Adelson, get her kids back. Rivera explained that he and Garcia, he's telling law enforcement this, he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markell. The first one was a month before the murder, in June of 2014. And the second one was when Dan Markell was ultimately killed, in July of 2014. Rivera said that for the June trip, he bought a gun off the street, Garcia rented the car, and they drove to Tallahassee. They did some scouting on Dan Markell's residence while they were here, but they ultimately could not get the job done that trip, and they ended up going back to Miami. Rivera said he asked Garcia, who knows that I'm with you? Who knows we're up here doing this? And Garcia assured him that only the defendant knows. During the first trip to Tallahassee, Garcia showed Rivera a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill. And Rivera overheard phone calls between Garcia and this defendant during the trip, which included the defendant instructing him what needed to be done and saying things like, make sure you do everything right. Don't do anything stupid, and call me when you're done. After hearing this, law enforcement began to further investigate, and they looked for evidence that could corroborate what Luis Rivera was saying. They checked to see whether these calls took place, whether the meetings took place. Luis Rivera also told them lots of kind of small details about their time in Tallahassee, and law enforcement looked for evidence to corroborate that as well. First, police checked these cell phone records. They saw evidence that corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. In fact, cell phone locations showed that the defendant helped Sigfredo Garcia rent the car for their June trip to Tallahassee, and showed that the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia were in communication throughout the June trip. On the second and final trip to Tallahassee, which was in July of 2014, Luis Rivera says that the two returned to Tallahassee, this time in that rented Prius. Rivera says that he and Garcia followed Professor Markel to the daycare, waited for him outside the gym, followed him home. Garcia got out, shot Dan Markell, hopped back in the car, and Rivera drove away. And I mentioned earlier that the evidence showed that both men had their phones off around the time, turned them off when they were leaving Premiere, kept them off until after the murder, once they were already southbound back to Miami. And Rivera said that that was the case, and that the first call, though, that either of them made after the homicide was once they turned their phones back on, and it was from Garcia to the defendant. And in that call, Garcia said the job was done. She said, I know, and Garcia asked about the money. And the defendant said, don't worry about the money. I'll get the money. You'll get it tomorrow. Law enforcement checked the cell phone records and locations and saw evidence that again corroborated what Rivera was saying. The defendant was in communication with Garcia throughout the July trip to Tallahassee. Sigfredo Garcia did in fact turn his phone off the morning of Dan Markell's murder, turned it off again while they were near Gainesville on the way back. And the first call that he made once he turned his phone back on after the murder was to the defendant. Luis Rivera told police that the next day, meaning the day after the murder of Dan Markell, money was delivered to him by Garcia and the defendant, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was in stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together. And when police looked at the cell phone evidence, the records showed that the defendant did in fact drive from Charlie Adelson's home down to Rivera's home that morning, the day after the murder, which would be consistent with her getting the cash from Charlie Adelson and taking it to Rivera's home. The defendant repeatedly tried to call Sigfredo Garcia that morning to get in touch with him. And she and Luis Rivera actually called each other a few times that morning too, which you'll see was very unusual. And then the calls between all these parties abruptly stopped when their cell phone locations are all consistent with being at Rivera's place, which is where Rivera said they all met that morning and he received the stapled money. During this trial, you'll hear that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his cash in stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together. And when you consider that the defendant delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera the day after Dan Markell's murder, that next day, Charlie Adelson's question to her about the next day when everybody was there in the Dolce Vita recording makes a lot more sense. Please pay close attention to all of the evidence that y'all see and hear during this trial, and you will see that the defendant is the connection, the link, the middleman between the people who came to Tallahassee to commit this murder and the person or people who were willing to pay to have Dan Markell killed. This defendant's decision to what would benefit her in the short term took the life of a brilliant father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of loss for his loved ones. And at the end of this trial, you'll be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. It is not reasonable to believe that she did not commit these crimes, given all of the evidence that you will hear and see in this case. She's guilty of hiring Garcia and Rivera to come to Tallahassee and murder Dan Markell on Charlie Adelson's behalf. She's guilty of conspiring with Charlie Adelson and Garcia to commit this murder, and she's guilty as a principal of the first-degree murder of Dan Markell. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. Ms. Kouas?
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. May it please the court, opposing counsel, members of this jury. This is the first opportunity that I have had to speak with you directly, so I wanted to take a brief moment to reintroduce myself to you. My name is Tara Kouas, and I, along with Christopher Zucos, have the privilege and honor of representing Katherine Magbanua in this case. Now, I want to be clear from the very beginning, because the state and I can actually agree on 2 very important points about this case. Number 1, Charles Adelson had Dan Markell killed. We absolutely agree with that. Number 2, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia carried out the hit for Charlie Adelson. We agree with that too. What we do not agree on is whether or not Katherine Magbanua knew about a plan to have Dan Markell killed. That's the only thing we don't agree on. Now, we don't have a burden in this case. I know you guys remember because we went over this over and over and over again in jury selection, that we don't have a burden and the burden completely rests on the state. But Mr. DeCoste and I are gonna have to do something very different in this case. We are gonna prove to you beyond any doubt that Charles Adelson conspired directly with Sigfredo Garcia behind Katie's back to have Dan Markell killed. The only question that you are all going to have to answer at the end of all of this evidence is, did Katherine know? That's it. It's that simple. Because according to the law and common sense, and I'm sure the state will get up here and agree with me as well too, if she did not know, she is not guilty on all 3 counts. It's that simple. They won't disagree with what I just told you, because that's the law. Now, with that said, let's talk about how it is that we ended up in a courtroom where an innocent mother of 2 children is being accused of a crime she had absolutely nothing to do with. Now, before we start, I want to make sure that everyone has their notepads and pens. Yes, everyone has it? Perfect, okay? Because I am going to be encouraging you to take notes in this case throughout the course of this trial, because the mountains of evidence you are going to need to listen to the specifics, because the evidence of her innocence is in the details. There are thousands upon thousands of communications in this case. There are call detail records, phone records over the course of years. There's wiretap recordings, over 400 of them. There's even a secret, covert, undercover FBI operation that Ms. Dugan went into great detail about. The state even used the media in this case, as you heard her say, to selectively release certain information to the public, all the while listening to Ms. Magbanua's phone to see if she would say something that would incriminate her, even a little bit. But with all those recordings, wiretap conversations, hours and hours of surveillance, you will see that every single action she took, every word that came out of her mouth actually proves to you that she had no idea what was going on. The only evidence that the state is going to present to you in this courtroom from that witness stand that has direct evidence that Ms. Magbanua is guilty are the words of the convicted Latin King gang member murderer, Luis Rivera. But members of the jury, as we talked about in jury selection yesterday, this is precisely why all of you are sitting here today. The final word isn't up to the state. The final word isn't up to the judge. It is up to all of you. Each one of you, 14 members of this community who have been selected because you promised you can look at this case, look at the evidence objectively, and leave all of your preconceived notions about this case at the door. That is precisely what it is that we are asking you to do, to look at the evidence, their evidence, that they gave to us. Because that's the problem with this case, members of the jury. This is how we ended up here with an innocent woman being charged with a crime she didn't commit. You will see that the state has been pushing their theory that she's the go-between for the past 8 years. That's a very, very long time to be married to a theory. It was longer than the time that Wendy Adelson was married to Dan Markell. But at the end of this, members of the jury, you are going to see that the only people who involved Miss Magbanua in this homicide was the FBI and the police. That wiretap, undercover, covert operation that they did, the moment that they said her name, they planted her in the middle of this investigation. Had they not said her name, all of the conversations would have been completely different and we wouldn't be here today. Now I am going to tell you this morning, and to anybody who is listening and watching, how and when Charles Adelson conspired directly with Sigfredo Garcia to have Dan Markell killed. A little over 10 years ago, Wendy Adelson, a young law student at the University of Miami, met a Harvard lawyer by the name of Daniel Markell. Now, Miami is Wendy's hometown. That's where she was born. That is where she grew up. That is where her family is. And as the state said, 100% agree, she has a very tight-knit family. She does have two brothers. One's Robert and the other one is Charles. She is the baby of the family. And Donna and Harvey, her parents, ran a dental practice in South Florida. Her brother Charles was also a dentist. Now, from the outside looking in, you would have thought that Wendy Adelson and Dan Markell were a match made in heaven. A young, beautiful couple, both well-educated lawyers who came together by, yes, meeting on a dating app. And at some point, Dan Markell, he applied for a teaching job at the University of Miami where Wendy lived. But unfortunately, he wasn't offered the position. He was offered a position at the law school right here in Tallahassee at the prestigious Florida State University College of Law. It is one of the top-ranking law schools in Florida. Now, Tallahassee is a picture-perfect place for a young couple to start a family. A vast difference from the fast-paced Miami that Wendy was used to and apparently loved very much. This is a world that Wendy grew up in. But after graduating from UM, Wendy and Dan had to move to Tallahassee for the job. And this is where they started their family. They ended up having two small boys who were not only the apple of their parents' eyes, they were the apple of their grandparents' eyes. One thing that everyone can agree on in this courtroom, Dan Markell lived his life for those boys. He adored being a father, and every single person that knew him that is going to take that stand will tell you how much he adored being a father, and he loved those boys. Another thing you are going to hear over and over again is that Wendy's family has a very strange dynamic. They are very overprotective of her. They are extremely involved in every aspect of her life, including her marriage to Dan Markell. In 2012, Wendy decided that she no longer wanted to be married to Dan. And so when Dan Markell was on a business trip, she packed up her things and her children and headed to South Florida. She left the divorce papers on a mattress in the house. That is what Dan Markell had to come home to after his business trip. Furniture, gone. Clothes, gone. Wife, gone. Boys, gone. One swoop, she had taken everything away from him. But if she thought that Dan Markell was going to give up on being a father, she had another thing coming. Dan Markell was a brilliant legal scholar, so he did what he did best. He took it to court. And even though the legal battle was grueling at times, he was successful in getting the court to order that Wendy come back to the only home that those boys knew, Tallahassee, so that they could be close to their father. Wendy and her family were not happy, and so the legal battle dragged on and it started to get nasty. In early 2014, the legal battle took a turn. Dan Markell moved the court to prohibit Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with her grandsons, and that she couldn't be alone with them. That is what Dan Markell was requesting. This put Donna Adelson into a state. And less than 3 weeks before the matter was to be decided before a judge, he was murdered in cold blood in his driveway in broad daylight after coming home from the gym. Within hours of this murder, the Tallahassee Police Department already had the name and the motive of the person who was behind this, Charles Adelson. And who gave them their first lead? None other than his sister, Wendy Adelson, when she tells detective, "Oh, yes, my brother made a comment once as a joke that it was cheaper to hire a hitman as a divorce present. I looked into hiring a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy you this TV. This is what Wendy Adelson is telling detectives within hours of Dan Markell being shot. She sat with them for hours. It's all recorded. There's video of the whole thing. Now, the rest of the family, Donna, Harvey, and Charlie, were all in Miami at the time. Wendy was the only one that was in Tallahassee. Now, you've heard a lot about this man, Charlie Adelson. Okay, you're going to be hearing a lot about him throughout the course of this trial. Let me tell you a little bit about Charlie Adelson. He was Wendy's older single perpetual bachelor brother. That's who Charles Adelson was. Interesting character to say the least. At the time, he was in his late 30s, living his best life in Miami. Works during the day, plays at night. No responsibilities, no wife, no kids. And that's how he liked it. He had a modest house in Fort Lauderdale, but then he's the guy that will go and buy and drive a Ferrari. That's the kind of guy that he is. He also had other toys he liked to play with, a boat, a go-kart, and an endless amount of young, beautiful women for him to manipulate and play with. Because that's what women are to Charles Adelson, just toys. And the one toy that he ended up playing with is Katherine Magbanua. Now Katherine, she always gets lost in the shuffle, and I want everyone to please remember that she is the reason we're here today. The name of the case is State of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, and I do not want her to get lost in the shuffle of this mess of a case. She is a woman that sits before you today charged by the state with first-degree premeditated murder. And the only reason she is sitting here, and Ms. Dugan said it, is because she was dating Charlie Adelson while he contracted Sigfredo Garcia to kill Dan Markell. Now I get it, I get it. If you don't know these people and you're just stepping back and you're looking at it, the simple answer is, oh, she's the link, she must have known. I get it, I get it. Just looking at that, I get it. But if you just look at the surface, remember this from jury selection, and don't look at it from all angles, Katherine is the easy answer. She is the link. She's the reason these two worlds collided. But just because she is the reason that both of them know each other, it doesn't make her guilty of murder. Charles Adelson met Katherine in late 2013 when he walked into a dental office in South Florida. She was working at the front desk, and he was a periodontist who would travel to South Florida to perform his specialty at different offices located across 3 counties, Broward, West Palm Beach, and Miami. Now, Magbanua at the time had recently broken up with her longtime boyfriend. You heard about him, Sigfredo Garcia. He is the father of her children. And a few months before Charles Adelson walked into her life, she had ended things with Sigfredo. They had been together for 10 years. All of the witnesses, the state's own witnesses, are going to tell you that they were constantly breaking up and getting back together. And the source of their relationship problems was Sigfredo Garcia. He just could not stay away from temptation. Cocaine, alcohol, and girls. And in Miami, there's an unlimited supply of all 3. And Katie did not stand for that around her children. That lifestyle, no. She had 2 young kids. She had had enough. So finally, she kicked him out the house for her kids, ended it. It was over. All of the state's witnesses are going to tell you that. They were not together. 4 months later, Charles Adelson walks into her job and immediately asks for her number. And he puts the charm on. And he starts pressuring her and asking her, calling her, gets her number from somebody else so that they can go on a date. And for Katie, who's newly single, who hasn't been with anybody else for the past 10 years, this is perfect. A nice little distraction. I've got 2 small kids, so I don't have that much time on my hands. And this is just a single bachelor who does not looking for anything serious. So this was perfect for Katie. And you're going to hear something about Charles Adelson. When he wants something, especially when it comes to the ladies, he will charm and talk his way into getting whatever he wants. And he loves to talk. You're going to hear it for yourself. He literally can't shut up. And the state's witnesses will tell you, oh wait, sorry. You will hear that, yes, the evidence will show you that Charles Adelson has been described as a master manipulator, someone who uses people to get what he wants, even without them knowing. Now, the other evidence that you're going to hear in this case, which is the most important, is you're going to hear that at the time, right before the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia was actually stalking Katie. He knew she was dating a dentist. All of the friends knew that. Oh, she's dating somebody from her job, and he was not happy about that. The state's witnesses themselves are going to tell you that he would wait outside Katie's house and watch as she got into cars and go on dates without her knowing. And Charles knew all about Katie's father of her kids, Sigfredo Tuto Garcia, because she complained to him all the time that Sigfredo couldn't get his act together. He was always on drugs and wouldn't help with the kids. And she also knew that he had some very unsavory friends in his life. Charles knew all of this. So this is where it gets important, members of the jury. And you will see that this timeline is exactly what happened in this case. February 14th, 2014, Valentine's Day, Dan Markell files a motion for protective order against Donna Adelson, requesting that she not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with his sons. This, of course, devastates Donna and Wendy. The court set the hearing for May 15th. A month later, it just so happens, Sigfredo Garcia follows Katie when she leaves her apartment to meet Charles for dinner. He was watching them as they sat outside a restaurant having dinner, and she had no idea that Sigfredo was watching. Katie then left to go home because she has kids to take care of. And Charles leaves South Beach to now drive up to his Fort Lauderdale home in his, not black Lexus, burgundy Lexus. This is when Sigfredo Garcia confronted Charles about Katie. And for Charles, an opportunity had now fallen directly into his lap. You want her back, Katie? No problem. I'll give you $100,000 in cash, and I'll leave her alone if you do this for me. God only knows what Charles Adelson told Sigfredo Garcia about Dan Markell. He probably even said to him, or you could get someone to do this for me. The deal was hatched in that moment. And just so you know, the state and the FBI were able to get a copy of Charles Adelson's iCloud account in this case from the year 2012, I believe, all the way up to 2016. And I am talking about every text message, every instant message, every WhatsApp message, even the conversations that he tried to delete. It's all there. So the very next morning, after Charles and Sigfredo have met the night before, what does Charles do? Because this is how he is and he needs to cover all his bases. He actually reaches out to Katie to check if Sigfredo has told her about what happened the night before. And the texts are going to show you she had no clue. She was even confused about why he was asking her about this. Then in April, less than a month before the court date, remember the court date is May 15th, and right around the time of Wendy Adelson's birthday, Sigfredo slips up and he leaves his phone unattended while he is visiting Katie and the kids. Katie goes through his phone and actually sees Charlie's cell phone number in one of Sigfredo Garcia's phone. You're gonna hear that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera both had multiple phones. The phones that they have the call detail records for, and burner phones, which are phones that you cannot track. What does Katie do when she sees Charles Adelson's phone number inside her ex-boyfriend's phone? Did Tuto call your phone? It's right there in black and white. Then she says, no, I'm serious. Is your cell phone number online? And what does Charles Adelson do to her? He lies to her. Says no. In May, less than a week before the hearing on the motion, Wendy Adelson substitutes her counsel on the hearing. What does that cause? A delay. So now that hearing date, which was right there, has now been moved to August 7th. Charles has only a few months now to make sure that the job is done. The evidence is actually going to show you that in the June trip, it was only Luis Rivera who traveled up to Tallahassee, no Sigfredo Garcia, on his own to do the scouting trip. And something spooked him because the homicide didn't happen, and he comes back down to Miami. Then on July 1st, about 2 weeks before the murder, Sigfredo does it again, and he stalks Katie as she is going out on a date with Charlie. And I'm not just telling you this. This is the evidence that is coming from the state's own witnesses. And Sigfredo, when he sees that Charlie is still with Katie, he is pissed. So what does he do as they're trying to drive off in the burgundy Lexus to go on their date? Sigfredo Garcia cuts them off, jumps out of the vehicle, and runs up and tries to confront Charles. Charles doesn't even roll down the window. He just backs up and tries to get out of there. He's terrified of Sigfredo. And what does Sigfredo Garcia do? Sigfredo Garcia directly calls the Adelsons. There is no question in that. They like to say that Ms. Magbanua is the only link. She is not. Sigfredo Garcia, there is a phone call that he calls directly, no conduit, no in between, the Adelsons. And why that phone call is so important? Because that is the phone call that cracked the case for Tallahassee Police Department. When they did the tower dump, when Dan Markell was murdered, that's the number that came up. So what they did is they go and look at the Adelson's phone numbers and go, wait a second, why is this phone number around the time of the murder on the Adelson's phone records? This has nothing to do with Katie, Sigfredo and the Adelsons. 2 weeks later, after that incident, 2 weeks, Dan Markell is murdered in his driveway by Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, less than a month before the scheduled court date. Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are paid by Charles in cash. I know Ms. Dugan is going to came up here in opening and says there's going to be evidence that she went to Charles's house and that she's the one that did. This is all speculation and inference. Nothing directly proves that. When they say the evidence is going to show that Ms. Magbanua drove up the night before, what she fails to tell you is it shows that she's driving up north and then her phone dies. And you know who else lives up north? Near Charles Adelson? Her entire family. They want you to speculate that that is where she went. Then they want you to speculate the next day. The only person that is going to say that she delivered money, the only person they're going to bring, Luis Rivera. That's the only evidence. Now, you also need to look, I know they mentioned the spike in the money. Right after Charles gives Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera the cash, they get the cash now, right? What do they both do? Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, they buy their toys, you know, some bikes and some cars. But Luis gives his money to his mom, to his sister, to his girlfriend. None of them have been arrested. And they will all tell you they didn't ask. I don't want to know where the money came from. I just took it. You are also going to say that Sigfredo, who finally had some money that he could now show the mother of his kids that I'm just not a deadbeat dad, I can help you out, gives her cash. And what does Katie do? Walks into the bank and deposits the cash with all the cameras, all the records, evidence, walks up there and deposits it into her checking account and her saving account. She is the only one that does that. There's no money with Charles Adelson being withdrawn from any of his accounts. There's no money on Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera's side depositing money. The only one who walked into the bank and deposited it was Miss Mcmanual, because she had no idea that it came from the proceeds of a homicide. The next thing, and I was actually hoping, a little part of me was hoping. You know, we spoke in jury selection about how the justice system is broken and all of that. And, you know, certain things are put into place so that you as jurors can be ensured that you're hearing everything, right? The government has a duty. They have a duty and a burden to present evidence to you. Not just some of the evidence, but all of the evidence. So I was hoping that when Ms. Dugan came up here and tried to present the facts of her case, that she was going to tell you everything, not just the little things that sound and fit with their case. For example, the cash. Ms. Dugan failed to mention that Ms. Magbanua held several jobs, several cash-paying jobs. She worked in the service industry. Their own witnesses told them that. This is not something that we came up with. You're going to hear that in 2016, when the FBI and Tallahassee Police Department were investigating this case right before Ms. Magbanua was arrested, they received information from one of the witnesses that said, Ms. Magbanua used to work at this club and also worked at this club, and she received cash payments. Do you know that the FBI and the Tallahassee Police Department waited until 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, to try to go to these clubs and get the records when they were closed? So now, no records. You're also going to hear that she held several other jobs. She worked in a dermatologist's office because she is a single mother trying to take care of her own kids. This is all of their witnesses that are going to tell you that. So whereby they come in here and say there's this unusual spike of cash in her accounts, there is a legitimate explanation for every one of them. They are also going to present to you in this case the testimony of financial analyst Mary Hall. What you are going to find out from her is she's given sworn testimony in this case many times before, and every single time we come back and find out she's made a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that this money came from this source. My bad. That's their financial expert. who they're going to present to you to try and argue that this is somehow evidence that she received money from a homicide. I didn't even have these other things that I was going to address in my opening, but since Ms. Dugan brought them up, I want to make sure you all have the entire story about the facts. Because when they present it the way that they do, it looks bad. I get it. I would think the same thing too. But that's because you don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. So for example, payroll. The evidence is that Charles Adelson, they actually have all of the text messages where Katherine asks him to put her on the payroll because she needs to have record of evidence so that she can qualify for Medicare. It's literally there in black and white that this is why she did it. She was getting paid a couple $100 every 2 weeks. The state also has recordings that prove that she worked there, but Ms. Dugan never mentioned anything about that. They're just gonna leave that out. The Lexus, the burgundy Lexus that they're trying to say was payment for a murder, she paid for it. You know how they know? There are recordings of her talking about that. There's also paperwork that shows how much she paid for the Lexus. You're gonna also see from the iCloud that this is something that Charles Edelson does. One of his other friends is gonna get up here and say, oh, he sold me a Range Rover. That's what he does. He acquires cars. He has all these little things that are going on at the same time to try and, you know, scam systems to get money. That's who this guy is, even though he's a dentist. The other thing, and which is most offensive, the breast augmentation. She had that surgery after she broke up with Charles Adelson. She has been saving up to have that surgery since she was in high school. All of their witnesses are going to say that this is what she wanted. Then they're going to tell you, oh, that there's some inference that Charles Adelson paid for it. No. They actually went and subpoenaed the doctor's records before she was even arrested. Turned out, Katherine paid for it. Every single time they do or make some accusation or attach some form of guilt to her actions, it turns out just to be the opposite. The last thing, the wiretap phone calls, okay? Now, that was a very long, convoluted thing that the state gossip heron was trying to tell you, that you need to assume that this person is doing this and that's what this means. That wipe all of that from your mind, members of the jury. What Miss Dugan believes Charles Adelson is thinking, or what he meant to say, or what they believe Katherine is doing, is not her place to tell you. I want you to listen to the recordings for yourself. That's what I'm asking you to do. Listen to it for yourself. Use your ears. Don't have the state attorney's office trying to tell you what it is they believe is going on. Because when you actually hear the wiretaps, you are going to see that the only person who sounds like she has no idea what's going on is Miss Magbanua. The only person who makes any attempt or suggestion to call the FBI, not an attempt, but she's screaming at Charles Adelson to call the FBI because she can't call the cops because someone threatened her friend's mom. They'd hang up on her. She tells, call the FBI, and he, on the phone, you're gonna hear him, no, Katie, you know, we just have to kind of find out who this is. You are gonna hear the master manipulator at work, because that's what he does. Now, what is most important, they are only going to play certain calls to you. There are over 400 phone calls, and they are going to cherry pick the ones that they think are relevant to their case. And those are going to be the only ones you hear, okay? Now, they also said that they did this undercover, covert operation with the guy walking up to Donna and saying Katherine's name. Now, I know Miss Dugan once again comes up here and she's talking to you about the Dolce Vita meeting in the restaurant. And yes, that sounds bad, right? Sounds bad. Oh, they meet and they start talking about all these things. Everything Miss Dugan said about how that conversation went is incorrect. She does take certain quotes that you can hear, but what she doesn't tell you is that meeting was over an hour long. The entire first half an hour of that conversation, for some reason, their expert can't clarify it. They have been trying to clarify this recording for 6 years. And a month ago, a month before Miss Magbanua's trial, up comes this clarification. I was excited. I was like, okay, great. You're gonna finally see that she's innocent. But what? You cannot hear a word Miss Magbanua is saying. So she could be saying, why are the cops would be looking at you? We don't know. She could be asking all these questions. We have no idea. Why their expert couldn't amplify her voice, I mean, I'm sure he's going to tell you something, but all you're going to know is that you are going to be hearing a conversation that leaves you with more of a question mark than answers. You're actually going to hear Charles Adelson trying to convince Katherine, I need you to call because they said your name. That's why I need you to call. He gives all these scenarios. You'll hear on all, this is how he operates because he's a master manipulator. You will hear the things that he says aren't the conversation of two people in the know. That conversation is Charles Adelson using Katherine Magbanua as a pawn to go in to try and find out for him who these people are. He's guilty, but he has no problem sending her in because he knows she has nothing to do with it. And he has to convince her because Casey's like, why are you asking me to do, and you'll hear him. You will hear these weird scenarios. So as much as the state would like to think he's talking about this murder, he's not. He is, you'll hear one thing that's important. You never hear the word murder. You never hear the word Tallahassee. You never hear the word Wendy Edelson. You never hear Dan Markell. None of those words you hear because he's not talking to her about it. And members of the jury, what is even more concerning is the thing that you are going to find, and we talked about this in jury selection. When they did this covert operation, at the time, they knew who all the players were. They were ready. They had probable cause at that point to already arrest Garcia, because remember, Garcia's out, Luis Rivera is in federal custody. You think they would have tapped Sigfredo Garcia's phone, right? No, we'll never know what he said on his phone. You think they'd tap Donna Adelson's phone? No, we're not going to tap hers. We're not going to listen. So they only tapped Charles Adelson's phone and Katie's phone. And then check this out. You'd think that they recorded all the conversations, right? All of them, so that you guys would have a nice, clear view and can determine for yourself what went on. No, no. That also goes through the lens of the police department, which they determine what would be relevant and what would not be relevant. You see, when Ms. Dugan got up here and said, oh, Donna Adelson said an ex-girlfriend called and that the first person he called was Katherine, that's not true. We had to get Charles Adelson's, the defense had to get Charles Adelson's call detail records because for some reason the state and the FBI didn't get them. When we looked at the records, he made 3 other phone calls before he called Katie. So when you take a look at the evidence, the black and white evidence in front of you, members of the jury, you're going to see it isn't what the state is trying to present to you to make it seem this way. Now, what is also very important and telling in this case is about a month after the murder is committed, Charles Adelson breaks up with Katherine Magbanua, the girl that he supposedly conspired with to commit a murder, and she was not happy about it. He just ghosts her. You can see in the communications every day, communicate, and it is strange. After the murder, it is ghost town. The communications kind of start dwindling. You can see that the person who's trying to maintain the contact is Katherine, but he's kind of, oh, I'm busy. He starts dating other girls, and he gives her the brush off, eventually telling her, you know, you have too much baggage, so I can't be with you anymore. And what does that do, members of the jury? Open the door, the paved way for Sigfredo Garcia to make an attempt to return to Katherine's life. And it's so sad, members of the jury, because in this case, what we have here is Charlie Adelson getting what he wanted, Sigfredo Garcia getting what he wanted, and more importantly, Wendy Adelson got what she wanted. Less than 4 days after he was murdered, she packed up her stuff and left Tallahassee. You're not going to hear any evidence that Charles Adelson made any attempt to go to the funeral of his former brother-in-law. He stayed in Miami and went to the gym. You are not going to see any communications on his iCloud talking about how awful this is. None of that. That is going to scream to you the person who Charles Adelson is. The type of person that would involve someone who has nothing to do with anything for his own benefit. Now, with all that said, and no direct evidence proving that she actually knew or helped kill Dan Markell, I'm sure you're asking, then why are we here then? If you're telling me that all of this evidence doesn't directly prove that she's guilty, then how did we end up in a courtroom? And members of the jury, that's why you guys are here, and this is why the Constitution put 12 or 14 people in this box for you to listen to the evidence objectively. That's what we're asking you to do. The evidence is actually going to show you that once law enforcement found this link, this common link between these two groups of people, they were the ones that made a very, very grave mistake. Instead of presuming Katie innocent, they assumed that she was guilty. And every action that they took to gather evidence after that was with the sole purpose of only finding evidence of guilt and ignoring every piece of evidence that proved that she was innocent. The wiretaps, they followed her around. They had a pole camera outside of her house. Listened to every call, everything. This was over a couple of months. They got everything that they could. And you will see to this very day, members of the jury, they do not have one piece of direct evidence, not one, that says that she knew. The only evidence that they have of that is Luis Rivera. Now I know state got up here and said, oh, he cut a deal. What is more concerning is that the state got up here and made it seem like they interviewed Luis Rivera and then went back to check if what he said is true. That's not what happened. Actually, that's how you're supposed to do it, but that's not what happened in this case. He had all of the evidence. The call detail records, their theory, their entire timeline, where it says Katie is in the middle. So he knew what they wanted to hear. After all of that is when he tells them his story. And members of the jury, I wish I could stand up here today and tell you what I think he's going to say on this witness stand, but he has changed his story so many times, and the evidence proves that he is lying. I can't even predict what he is going to tell you on the witness stand today. It's probably going, who knows what facts he's going to add this time. But the thing that's most important is the only thing that is any kind of direct evidence are just his words. He's actually going to tell you that I heard Katie on the phone talking to Secreto. That's it. That's the only direct evidence. Because without that, they couldn't even make an arrest against Miss Mcmanual. What you are also going to find is Luis Rivera, the lifelong convicted gang member murderer, is their star witness. And the deal that they gave him is what you all should be paying attention to, because anybody would say anything to get this deal. He was charged with the death penalty, and the state offered him 19 years, 19, in prison for the murder of Dan Markell. But wait, that might sound like a lot, right? Maybe not enough, but sounds like a lot? No. Luis Rivera was already serving a 12-year sentence in federal custody. And the state arranged for him to serve his 19 years alongside the 12. So he's serving both sentences at the same time, and get this, in a federal detention facility, not a state prison. We all know the difference between federal detention facilities and state-run facilities. He's in Club Fed. No probation afterwards. Literally 7 years on top of his 12-year sentence. He'll probably be released, if not this decade, at the beginning. And it wasn't until he said, I heard Katherine on the phone, that's the only piece of direct evidence, that they were able to make an arrest against Miss Magbanua. Now, members of the jury, it's going to be a lot of evidence. Please, do not get overwhelmed. It's going to be witness after witness after witness, and it's going to be a lot. It's going to be lots of phone records, lots of photographs, because this investigation spanned years before any arrests were made. Well, since 3 arrests were made. Because if you'll see, in 2016, Garcia and Rivera were arrested. In 2016, Miss Magbanua was arrested. I'm sure you're all wondering what's going on with the Adelsons, right? Donna, she's probably at home watching TV, probably watching this trial. Charles Adelson, arrested a month ago. A month ago. His lawyer is in here right now, back there, watching, taking notes, preparing for whenever Charlie's going to go to trial, Wendy Adelson, the state is going to give her immunity to come and testify in this case for them. That's what's going on in this courtroom, members of the jury. Wendy Adelson is going to get immunity to testify against Katherine Magbanua. You're going to see her for yourself. Watch her, members of the jury, because she thinks she's going to be able to put on a fantastic performance, but that's all it's going to be, is a performance. Because what you are going to see is not only does she have a motive to protect her family, including her brother, who is now arrested, but she also has a motive to protect herself. All I ask of you, member of the jury, please, any preconceived notions about what you think you know about this case, leave it at the door. Clean slate. There is a reason why the framers of the Constitution put you guys here, so that you would have the final say and not have members of the government decide whether or not you can take away someone's freedom. It can all be left in the hands of the citizens so that they can make a collective decision if this grave punishment needs to be put on another person, another citizen, because Katherine Magbanua is a citizen also of the state of Florida. And as we discussed, their job isn't only to punish guilty people, members of the jury, it is to protect the innocent. And I implore and I beg you, please, just don't get overwhelmed. Just sit down and listen to what comes out of that witness stand. And I guarantee you at the end of this case, you will see clear as day that Ms. Magbanua did not know and that she is innocent of these charges. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you, Ms. Claus. Okay, we're going to take a short break before we start with our first witness. So the deputy will take you back to the jury room. Again, as a reminder, you can use your phones, but no media reports, no internet searches, and no discussions amongst yourselves or with any friends or family members about the case or what you've heard here in the courtroom up to this point. Okay? So we'll take about 15 minutes so you can use the facility, stretch your legs, and then we'll be back to start with the first witness. Okay? Deputy? The courtroom, the door is
question of when I should raise something, Your Honor. I do have a new objection with respect to the wiretaps, specifically, for instance, the phone calls between Charles Adelson and Donna Adelson, who aren't witnesses. It's based on Crawford, but it is an objection that needs to be raised.
All right, are those coming in at this point?
No, sir.
All right, can we wait until, I mean, that's a different issue. I've already ruled on those. I mean, I've ruled on you're talking about the conversations between Charlie Adelson and his mother?
Correct, Your Honor. And this, again, is just a question of when would be good to address that. So during the government's opening statement, something clicked in my legal mind, and I'm like, wait a second, looked at some case law, and so I pulled some case law for the court just to address it, to put it on the record, but I do think it's pretty clear. But it can be addressed at any time. It doesn't need to be addressed today.
All right. When that witness is going to be called, then I'll take a look at any argument in regards to the admissibility of those statements at that time.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Mr. DeCosa, if you want to send me that case law ahead of time, then at least I'll have it and I can review it even before the issue comes up.
Will do.
Okay?
I'm an Italian guy from Boston. What do you expect?
And just as a reminder to our camera person, sir, while we're in recess, if you could please just either focus on the seal or black out your camera, not have everybody who's attending to their business while we're in recess, and then we'll start back up once we come back before the court, okay? Thank you, sir.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone, please be seated.
Easier said than done.
Do you want me to carry it?
Okay, state may call its first witness.
The state calls James Geiger.
James Geiger, please. Good morning, sir. If you come right up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we are going to swear you in. Okay. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Please
Good morning.
introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jim Geiger, and that's Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, I'm going to show you a photograph that I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
Well, it's a photograph of my house and also of the Markel house.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of how these residences occurred back in 2014?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, Mr. Geiger, you indicated one of the residences shown in States 1 is your residence. Is it the one on the right or the one on the left?
It's the one on the right.
Okay, and did you live there back in 2014?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, who lived in the residence on the left side of the photograph?
Dan Markell.
All right, so you and Mr. Markel were neighbors?
Yes.
How long were you neighbors?
For as long as he was there, we moved into our house in 1977. And when Dan and his wife moved in, then it was the whole time that he lived there.
All right, so between whenever he and his wife moved in and when he was killed
Yes.
in 2014. And I want to ask you specifically about July 18th, 2014. Was Mr. Markel living in the residence with his wife at that time?
Not with his wife. He was living alone then.
All right, what about his boys? Did his boys live at the house at least part of the time with him?
Some of the time, yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 5. Do you recognize State's 5?
Yes.
Who is that a photograph of?
Danny Markell.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how Mr. Markel looked when he was your neighbor back in 2014?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 5.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 5.
May I publish?
You may.
What kind of a relationship did you have with Mr. Markel?
I wouldn't describe it as a close relationship. We were neighbors, and but we didn't visit with each other a lot. But we'd see each other out on the street some.
So if you saw each other on the street, you'd speak, but you didn't socialize with each other.
Correct.
Okay. And did you know how Dr. or Mr. Markel was employed?
Well, I knew that he was an attorney, and I knew he was connected with FSU. I assumed it was a law school, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about this residence and the way that it's accessed from Thomasville Road. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 87. Give me a moment to orient yourself there. Do you recognize State's 87?
Yes.
All right, what is State's 87?
Well, it's a aerial map of our neighborhood.
And is it a fair and accurate aerial map of the way your neighborhood appeared back in 2014?
It appears to be, yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 87.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's 87.
May I publish?
You may.
A little tough to see. I'm going to give you a pointer. So if you push on the center here, see if you can get a red dot to appear.
I don't see one.
It's up high, just go lower. Are you able to see the dot?
Oh, faintly, yes.
Yeah, it's a little tough. Okay, so this residence, 2116 Prescott Drive, that's indicated here on the exhibit, is that where Mr. Markel lived back
Yeah.
in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and which road is Thomasville Road, if you can indicate with that?
Um,
Get it to cooperate with me. And now you're off to the left a little bit.
Okay. This is Thomasville Road.
Okay, and is there one way or more than one way to access your residence, specifically Mr. Markel's residence, from Thomasville Road?
There would be more than one way. You could come in on Armistead, which I think is up here and down, or you could come on up to Benton Road here. Oops. Having a hard time
I know, I'm sorry, I have to sit with that.
to here.
Yep.
And then back up.
Okay, so two different ways to access from Thomasville. Would Thomasville be kind of the main thoroughfare that's near your residence?
Yes, it would.
I'll start using this thing.
All right, so I want to talk about July 18th of 2014. Did something unusual happen to you that day?
Yes.
All right, tell us what you were doing before that happened.
That morning, which was a Friday morning, my wife and I were in our living room, actually working on her iPad. We were looking up some type of software that we wanted to use. We were kind of testing it out, and we were on our couch looking out towards our street, which is Trescott Drive.
All right. And can you describe the view from your living room in reference to Mr. Markell's place?
If you look out our front window, and it's a large bow window, so it's about 7 feet high and about that wide, so it's quite a large window. You can see the houses across the street. You can't see Mr. Markell's house, but you can see the very end of the driveway leading onto Trescott.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 2 and 3. Recognize these exhibits?
Yes.
What are these photographs of?
These are photographs taken from my living room, looking out to the right of our house over towards the end of Mr. Markell's driveway.
Do these photos fairly and accurately capture the view you would have had of Mr. Markell's residence on the day in question?
Yes, they do.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence States 2 and 3.
No objection.
All right, without objection, they'll be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, Mr. Geiger, so this is looking out your living room window, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and whose driveway is this right here?
Danny Markell's.
And State's Exhibit, that was State's Exhibit 2 for the record, State's Exhibit 3 is a close up of that same view. All right. Now, you were in the living room with your wife looking up some software. What unusual happened?
We had sat down about 10:30 in the morning and started that, and maybe 15 or 20 minutes later, we heard a loud noise, a bang. We weren't sure what it was, but it startled us, and I stood up and walked to that front window to try to see if I could determine what had caused it. I couldn't tell whether it came from the right side or to the left side of our house. And as I looked out, I saw a car rapidly backing up out of Danny's driveway onto Trescott and speedily drive off towards Benton Road.
Okay, so it backed out of the driveway that's seen in here, photograph 3, and then went away from the camera lens.
That's right.
Okay, and was this a vehicle that you had ever seen over there before?
No.
All right, were you somewhat familiar with the vehicles that were regular vehicles over there?
Yeah, and there rarely were vehicles there. And Danny's car he kept in the garage, and so you really didn't see any out there. I was a little surprised to even see a car back out of the garage. I mean, back out of the driveway.
Was the vehicle, can you describe sort of where it was when you initially saw it?
Well, if you look at the photograph that you have up here now, there is a vehicle that's facing out to the street. I guess it's a police vehicle of some sort. It would be right about in that area that I saw it backing out.
Okay.
And the vehicle, what can you tell us about it?
My impression, and it was like I saw it out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't that I was eyeballing it and watching it directly, but I saw it back out. It looked like a Prius to me. It was light color. I thought it was white or perhaps silver, but a light color, and it looked like a Prius.
And the vehicle was already in motion when you observed it?
Excuse me?
Was it already in motion in the backing out
Yes.
process?
Yes.
And so you didn't see any people associated with the vehicle?
No, I couldn't see that.
All right, and couldn't tell us anything about the driver or whether there were any occupants?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4. Have you seen State's Exhibit 4 before today?
Yes, I think I have.
All right, what is State's Exhibit 4?
Well, there are two pictures here of a Prius automobile.
And is the Prius automobile pictured in State's Exhibit 4 consistent with the vehicle you saw backing out of Mr. Markel's driveway on the day in question?
Yeah, I would say it's consistent with.
All right, would you please initial anywhere on the corner of that photograph indicating that's the one you looked at? Thank you, sir. What were you able to say about the color of the Prius?
As I just said, it was a light color. I thought perhaps white or silver.
Okay. And once the Prius pulled out, what did you do?
I decided that I would walk over next door. And the reason for that was that we had heard that there had been some burglaries in our neighborhood. And I was concerned because of that loud noise that I heard that maybe somebody had tried to break into Danny's house. And so I decided to walk over and see if that's what might have occurred.
What was the loud noise?
Well, I didn't know at the time.
Okay. So you walked over there, and what did you observe when you walked over there?
As I walked over and looked in towards the garage, I noticed that the garage door was up and there was a car inside, a black car, and the engine was running.
I'll stop you right there and approach with State's Exhibits 6 and 7. Do you recognize States 6 and 7?
Yes.
What are those photographs of?
One, you can see the edge of my house, but it's primarily of Danny's house with the garage door open and a car inside.
And is that State's Exhibit 6?
That's 6, and 7 is the same one, except it's a close-up of the garage door open and the car inside.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the residence and vehicle as you observed them on the day in question?
Yes.
Judge, I've asked to move into evidence States 6 and 7.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States 6 and 7.
May I publish?
You may.
I'm looking at States 6, Mr. Geiger. I think you indicated you can see the side of your residence here.
Correct.
So you just walked over
Yep.
to this garage
Yes.
area. And I'm publishing 7. So tell us what you saw when you walked over. You said the vehicle was running?
The vehicle was running, the garage door was up, and my assumption then is that there wasn't a burglary attempt if Danny was in his car and getting ready to back out. So I went back to my house.
All right. How long did you stay at your house?
Just a few minutes. I don't know why I did this, but I stood at that same front window looking out, and after several, maybe not more than 5 minutes, he had not backed out yet to the street, and I thought something was amiss. And I said to my wife that, I said, something just doesn't seem right. Danny hadn't left yet. I think I'm gonna go back over and check again.
Was it your regular practice to stand at the window and watch all his comings and goings?
No, I'm afraid, it was very unusual for us to do that.
All
It was
right.
very unusual for me to stand there after having been over there, but it was just something made me stand there and wait. I don't know what it was.
All right, so when you decided something was amiss and walked back over there, what did you do?
Well, as I walked back over, the garage door was still open. The car was still running. And
I
I
should
saw,
have asked you, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but during the 5 or so minutes that you were standing there, you didn't see the green Prius return, did you?
no.
Okay, so nobody else pulled into the
No,
drive?
nobody else was there. Neighborhood was very quiet.
All right.
And I thought this time that I would go ahead and walk into the garage. My initial thought was, he's probably on the phone. He's talking to somebody. But just because it seemed a little unusual, I thought I would walk on into the garage and make sure that everything was okay.
Had you ever been into Dan Markell's garage before?
If I had, it'd been very rare. I'd been in that house before they moved in it a number of times.
All right, but not since Mr. Markell had moved in?
No.
Okay, so you walked up and entered the garage. What did you see?
The first thing that I noticed, and I guess I heard it, was that I started stepping on glass, and glass that was broken, and that caused me then to look at the driver's side window, and it had been kind of blasted out, smashed out. And as I looked inside, I could see a man's head, and it was bloody, and I really didn't know what it was, what had happened, and I hollered out very quickly, "Dan, what's happened?" And I didn't get any response, and I yelled again, Danny, what's happened?"
And
And
did
there
he
was no
make any, was he making any movements or sounds at all?
And there was no sound. He was making a movement. His head was moving slowly left and right.
Was he seated in an upright position in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, he was sitting there as though he were getting ready to drive the car.
Obviously not still on the phone.
I didn't see any phone.
What did you do after you observed this?
Well, I knew then that I needed to get help, and so I was going to call 911, and normally I'd have my cell phone in my pocket, and I reached in to grab it, and it wasn't there, and then it dawned on me that it was still sitting back in my living room on the couch where we'd sat down. So I quickly ran back over and to the house, picked up my phone, and came back then to Danny's and dialing 911.
All right, one moment, please. All right, during the time that you were walking back and forth to Mr. Markell's house and on the phone with 911, did you ever touch the car at all?
No, I did not.
Did you enter the house at all?
No.
All right, did you move anything in the garage other than possibly stepping on a little bit of
No.
glass? No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. We can release the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. State may call its next witness.
State calls David Sims.
David Sims, please. Good morning, sir. Before you have a seat, we are going to swear you in. You can please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, Davidsims.
How are you employed?
I'm currently retired, not
All right.
employed.
How long have you been retired?
From the police department since 2015,
How long were you with the police department?
28 years.
Which police department?
Cos Police Department.
I want to ask you about an incident that occurred back in July 18th of 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
All right. Did you respond out to Trescott Drive?
yes.
What did you observe when you arrived at the scene?
When I arrived at scene, I parked my car in the street, and I believe it was the neighbor next door, Mr. Geiger, pointing me towards the garage and said, "There's something going on in there." So I went towards the garage and found a vehicle in the garage that was inside the garage. Garage door was up, car was in the garage, the car was running. I walked to the driver's side of the door and looked in. I could see there was an individual in the car, and there was some broken glass. The driver's side window was broken, and inside the car, the gentleman, the victim inside the car, was not responsive to me. I called the name Daniel because the witness had told me that his name is Daniel. Called his name, didn't get a response. He was still breathing, but it was an odd sucking sound, actually. There was blood on his front. He was leaned over a little. I could see a cell phone in his left hand and what looked like a business card in his right hand. Like I said, the car was running. I reached into the window with a ballpoint pen and unlocked the car, went around to the other side and opened the door, reached into the keys out and shut the car off for our safety, dropped those on the garage floor. And by that time, Officer Bradshaw and EMS arrived, and they took control of the victim at that point.
Okay. When you reached in through the window, was there a void enough where the broken glass was that you were able to reach in without disturbing any glass?
Yes, it was kind of almost broken, kind of in half, and the lower part, I believe, was missing. I reached in through there, and there was shattering on the other part of the glass, and a small, probably half a circle inside the window, like the glass, like something like a bullet had gone through the window. You could see where it was smooth on the inside of that glass, the part that hadn't fallen out.
All right. And other than opening the passenger side door and removing the keys as you've described, was the vehicle moved at all during the time that you
No.
were on the scene? All right. So obviously Mr. Markel was still breathing. That's going to inform what you do next, right?
Correct.
And what was done next?
That's, like I said, at that point EMS arrived and they took charge of him. I just assisted them with stretcher and everything to get him out, and they loaded him and transported him.
And that was the first priority at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 8 through 10.
Yes, that appears glass.
Do you recognize States Exhibits 8 through 10?
Yes.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the scene as you observed it on the day in question?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 8 through 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as states 8 through 10.
May I publish?
You can.
Publishing States 8. You would have a pointer, but we're not having a lot of luck with it. Press the middle there, you can show us what you were referencing regarding the potential bullet.
Right there, that little part right there, and then of course this lower part here that was broken out, that's why I reached in to unlock the door.
Publishing States Exhibit 9. Is this glass present on the garage floor?
Yes.
Garage?
Yes.
All right, and there were some items present on the floor showing picture 10 here. This piece of broken glasses, was that there, or did that get there through the removal of the victim?
Through the removal of the victim.
Okay, and the cell phone shown here on the garage floor, where was that when you first
I
arrived?
believe that was in his left hand.
indication that this was a burglary, any forced entry to the home?
No, after the EMS loaded the victim up, then Officer Bradshaw and I believe it was Officer Brannon, we retrieved the keys off the floor of the garage that had dropped there, and we had to use them to open the person door into the house. And we searched the house, found no one in the house. It didn't appear that anything was disturbed. And like I said, that door was locked. I used a key for that, and the front and back doors were both locked.
Okay. One moment, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. We can release the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Joanne Maltese.
Joanne Maltese, please.
Maltese is, we did not cross in the previous trial.
Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, Maltese, Maltese.
Ms. Maltese, were you ever employed with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
From 1991 to 2017.
And did you retire from the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Congratulations. What were your duties when you were working there? And let's specifically refer to 2014.
2014, I was a forensic specialist at the Tallahassee Police Department. My duties were documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence from a crime scene.
And were you trained specifically to do those tasks?
Yes, I was.
What sort of training do you have for those tasks?
Over 1,500 hours of specialized crime scene training to include photography, documentation, advanced crime scene from Miami-Dade, several courses referring to documentation collection, as well as I taught at the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy and at Tallahassee Police Department in crime scene.
And when you arrived at this particular scene on Truscott Drive, and I'm sure I mentioned what I was talking about yet, Truscott Drive, July 18th, 2014, were you asked to process the scene involving a vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs. I've marked these as 9 through 19. Just take a look through all of them and let me know when you're done. Are these all fair and accurate photos of the crime scene that you documented on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence states 11 through 19.
Any objection? Be admitted as states 11 through 19.
May I publish?
You may.
So, Ms. Maltese, I'm showing you. Actually, we'll start with State's Exhibit 7. Is this the scene as you observed it?
Yes, it is.
All right, and when you arrived at the scene, was the victim still in the vehicle or had he been removed by EMS?
He had been removed.
When you arrived, were the doors to the vehicle open or closed?
Some were opened, and one was ajar.
All right, so similar to how we're seeing it here in Case 9?
Yes.
All right, and was that for the purpose of removing the victim to render medical treatment?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
What items were those?
It was a broken eyeglass frame and a phone and some glass.
What are we looking at here in State's Code 11?
The rear passenger seat with a child's car seat and some shoes.
And the children were not on scene when you were there, is that correct?
Correct, they were not on scene.
State's Exhibit 12, what does this show?
A broken eyeglass frame and glass on the floor of the garage.
Publishing States 13, what does this one show?
This is actually one of the glasses, the glass pieces from the opticals from an eyeglass that was on the driver's passenger floorboard.
So there was plenty of broken glass both inside and outside the vehicle?
Yes, and there was broken glass as well.
Right, and the only glass that appeared to be broken was at the driver's side window?
Yes, the driver's window.
State's Exhibit 14, where was this item removed from?
This was removed from the glove box of the vehicle.
Alright, this appeared to be undisturbed?
Yes,
Alright, so nobody went through the glove box from what you could tell?
correct.
State's Exhibit 15, is this a fair and accurate photo of the contents of the wallet?
Yes, it is.
And did the identification in the wallet indicate whose wallet that was?
Yes.
Whose wallet was it?
Mr. Markel, Daniel Markel.
State's Exhibit 16, did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
What does this show?
This is the hole that was in the driver's window.
Alright, consistent with a bullet hole?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 17, is this just a photo of that same hole from the other side?
Yes.
As part of your duties there on that scene, did you collect any samples for the purpose of testing for DNA?
Yes, I did.
What sort of samples did you collect for that purpose?
I collected samples from all of the interior and exterior door handles of the vehicle, as well as the door handle that goes from the garage into the house.
Right, and is the purpose of that to see if there's any DNA foreign to Dan Markell that might give us a hint as to who did this?
Yes.
And when you say you collected samples, could you describe that process for the jurors?
Yes, the process for collecting touch DNA is you will use a sterile swab and put a drop of sterile water on it, and then rub the swab on the surface to collect any DNA that might be there.
All right, and those swabs would be tested by you for the presence of DNA or by someone else?
No, they'd be sent off to a lab.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask the court to read the stipulation regarding the DNA evidence.
All right, I'm going to read to you an instruction in regards to stipulations and then a stipulation that the parties have reached. When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is Ms. Carrie Rosanna, a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, conducted DNA testing in this case and reported the following results. The swabs collected from crime scene by Joanne Maltese were tested for the presence of DNA. Ms. Rosanna analyzed the swabs and opined that due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from the swabs, the data was not interpretable, meaning that there was not enough information present to make an identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. What about fingerprint evidence? Did you make any effort to locate any fingerprint evidence on this scene?
Yes, I processed the entire outside of the vehicle.
With what results?
There was one partial fingerprint lifted from the exterior rear passenger door frame, so the frame around the rear passenger door, but it was determined to be not of value for comparison purposes.
So So similar to the DNA, not enough material there or evidence there to make a determination.
Correct.
Okay. And what about casings? Could you explain to the jury what a casing is?
In a bullet, you have the casing and the projectile. The projectile is what comes out of the end of the gun, and the casing is what's left behind. It's either left in the gun if it's a revolver, or expelled if it's some other type of gun.
All right, and were there any casings present on this crime scene?
No.
Could that be consistent with the weapon being a revolver, as you just explained?
Yes, it could.
Right, because in a revolver, where do the casings end up?
These casings would stay in the round chamber where the bullets were initially placed. They stay in the gun.
All right, and what about projectiles? You talk about the part of the bullet that is expelled out to the target. Were there any projectiles found at the scene?
No, there was not.
We talked about the condition of the car. I want to show you State's Exhibit 128. Strike 128. I'm going to show you States 121. Take them away from me if you need to get a better look. This is 119. $122. $125. Oh, we'll get to that later, but let's go ahead and identify 125 and 126 also. This one is 124.
Okay.
All right, so let's forget about 125 and 126. R 119, and I didn't tell you 123 yet. Let's look at that one. Okay, R 119 through 124. That was a mess, so let me repeat it. 119 through 124, all items that you collected from this crime scene.
Yes.
Okay, and do they all appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, I would ask to move those items into evidence at this time, 119 through 124.
Any objection to 119 to 124?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. They'll be admitted.
Can I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So what is 120?
The broken eyeglass frame.
All right, and but is the condition of the frame consistent with the bullet having actually gone through the eyeglass frame?
It was damaged by something.
States 120. Is the lens that we looked at a photograph of earlier.
Correct.
This one is 119. You can see the other half of
Yes.
122. What is this item?
It is a piece of eyeglass, optical, actual glass from an eyeglass.
Where was this item located? Show you the exhibit again.
The driver's front seat, so it was on the driver's front seat.
123. The wallet that we saw photographs of.
Yes.
And 124, what is 124?
124 is the actual glass collected from the driver's door.
How were you able to collect this piece of broken glass?
I used clear tape and put strips of tape on the glass, both inside and outside, so it would remain intact as I took it out.
All right, as part of your duties, did you also photograph Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to do that?
Roughly after 3 p.m. the same day at the Tallahassee Police Department.
I'm approaching with State's Exhibits 18 through 21. Take a moment and look through those. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of Wendy Adelson's vehicle as it appeared that day?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibits 18 through 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted as 18 through 21.
May I publish?
You may.
Was this bottle of bullet bourbon found in Miss Adelson's vehicle when you photographed the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and the receipt for the bourbon, was that present in the vehicle as well?
Yes, it was.
And I'll use State's Exhibit 21. Can you tell from the receipt when the date and time was that this bourbon was purchased?
It's purchased from ABC Liquors, 7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 p.m., so just afternoon.
Ms. Maltese, were you also called upon to go to the Tallahassee Memorial Hospital?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do at the hospital?
Document and collect.
Document and collect what?
Document clothing from Mr. Markel and also photograph.
All right, did you
injuries.
photograph Mr. Markel?
I photographed some injuries. Yes, I did.
And was he pronounced deceased at this time?
I do not believe he was deceased at the time.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 22 through 26. I'm sorry, 22 through 24. So 22, 23, and 24. You recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Are they fair and accurate photos of, or copies of photos you took in reference to this case?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly and accurately capture the injuries to Dan Markell that you observed at that time?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 22 through 24.
No objection.
All right, no objection?
May I publish?
Yes, they'll be
And
admitted.
for everyone watching, these are reversing photos. It's 22.
I feel like that's different.
Is this how Mr. Markel appeared when you went to see him in the hospital?
Yes.
And what was the date and time that this photo was taken? Approximately.
I arrived at the hospital at 12:20 p.m., so just afternoon, same day. So this would have been taken probably within 15 minutes after arriving.
And what does Exhibit 23 show?
There is a dark mark on his forearm, on the outer side of his forearm, which I believe to be stippling.
What is stippling?
Stippling is going to be a mark on your skin when you're close contact to a gun going off. And what it'll do is the gunshot residue or the gunpowder will stain or tattoo your skin.
This is Exhibit 24. That's the close-up of the stippling you observed.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. I'll do it up the podium. Good morning, how
Good
are
morning.
you?
Good.
In reference to that, the states 23 and 24. Start out with 23. And correct me if I'm wrong, 24 is just focusing in on what you're referring to as stippling.
Yes.
Knowing what you know about the scene, about the car, the positioning of Professor Markel, would this be consistent with him raising his arm when he was getting shot?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We can excuse the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, Ms. Kappelman, considering the timing of your next witness, is this a good time to break?
My preference would be to do one more, but I will, of course, yield to.
All right. It won't be any longer than 15, 20 minutes? 30 minutes at the most?
Yes.
All right. We'll do one more witness, then, if your witness is ready and available at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
State may call one more witness
State
for this
calls-
morning.
Yes, sir. The state calls Dr. Anthony Clark.
To let Your Honor know, it's very unlikely we have any cross on Dr. Clark, so we'll be done with the witness.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y, J. Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by KWB Pathology Associates as an Associate Medical Examiner for District 2 here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties as an associate medical examiner?
As a medical examiner, I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist that performs death investigation by examining the dead person, determining the cause and manner of death.
All right, and how long have you been doing that type of work?
Well, I've been doing that kind of work since 1992.
All right, and what is the training and education that you have that qualifies you to do that type of work?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I did 2 years of animal research at MIT. I was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia and received my MD. I then traveled to New Britain, Connecticut, and did 2 years of general surgical internship, and then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology and graduated from that program. I then traveled down to Atlanta, and I was with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in association with Emory University and did 2 years of forensic pathology fellowship. I then got my first job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science, as the Southwest Regional Medical Examiner located in the Moultrie Crime Lab in Moultrie, Georgia. And then in 2007, I transferred down to Tallahassee, and working for KWB. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures in Georgia and Florida.
Do you know how many autopsies you've performed in your career?
It's over 7,500 by now.
And have you had occasion to testify as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
All right, and is that in courts of law, including here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are you an expert in pathology?
Forensic pathology, yes, ma'am.
All right, and what's forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is applying the medical findings to the judicial system, essentially, by examining the dead person and rendering an opinion as to the cause of death and manner of death.
All right, and Judge, at this time I'll tender the witness as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Any questions?
No objection with that resume, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
All right, Dr. Clark, did you conduct an autopsy of Daniel Markell?
Yes, I did.
When and where was that autopsy conducted?
The date was July 19th, 2014. We started at 11:55 hours, and at that time we were at the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare Morgue.
All right, and do you take photos as part of your autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And would a review of those photos assist you in your testimony to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously selected some photos for use in this testimony?
Yes, I have.
All right, Judge, at this time I would ask to introduce State's Exhibits 25 through 34 autopsy photos in this case.
Any objection?
If we can go sidebar, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're back on the record, and so State's Exhibits 25 through 34 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, I've, for ease of publication, loaded these into a PowerPoint. Is that acceptable to Your Honor if I publish them in that fashion?
They're just the same pictures, just in a different format?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's no other words or anything written on it, correct?
The only words written on it are the exhibit numbers to
Okay.
correspond with the exhibits.
All right, I'll submit that. And just for everyone's information, both with the jury and in the courtroom, these are autopsy photographs.
Okay, let's start with State's Exhibit 25, please.
This is what we call the photo, identification photo. When we do an autopsy on anybody, we will clean up their faces if they have anything covering them, and take an ID shot. You see the case number below the chin, the date, and my name or initials on it with that. Already in this picture, you can see that there's been quite a bit of damage to the face. You have black eyes, bruises around both eyes. There's two obvious gunshot wounds, one between the eyes, what we call it on the glabella, and the other on the left cheek area. So you can really see there's quite a bit of damage here.
All right, and correction for the record, that was State's Exhibit 27 that was being published. If we could move on to 28, please.
Okay, State's Exhibit 28 is showing what I determined as gunshot wound number 1 in the autopsy report. Now that it's number 1, but it's not the first shot, okay, in this instance. But this is a gunshot wound entry here. It's slightly atypical. It's got a large abrasion associated with it. And scattered around, you see a large number of large coarse abrasions. This is called, I call it pseudo-stippling in the autopsy report. I believe this is actually from glass breaking and fragments of glass hitting the face as the bullet went through the glass. And you can see that coarse glass stippling is on the left cheek, left side of the face, goes on to the left ear, actually onto the upper part of the neck.
And what you're referencing as the stippling, is that these red marks that we see on the ear and teeth?
That's correct.
I may have a question.
Is it all right for me to stand up?
Sure.
All right, so if you'll use the pointer and show us which is what you're calling gunshot wound 1.
The gunshot wound 1's right here, okay?
And if
you can
it's
see
not
the large abrasion there, and then around the gunshot wound are these coarse areas I'll call glass stippling. And it goes on to the left ear and onto the upper part of the neck here. The blue discoloration is basically a bruise. The zygoma bone right here, zygomatic bone here, is the cheekbone that's been fractured, so there's some bleeding underneath here.
All right, and then you kind of went over quickly that we're calling it gunshot wound 1, but we don't necessarily think it's the first gunshot wound to be inflicted. Can you explain why it's labeled as gunshot wound 1?
Well, actually, gunshot wound number 1 is the one between the eyes.
Okay.
This is gunshot wound number 2.
All right, and when you say that, does that mean that's your theory as to when they were inflicted, or that's how you labeled them for purposes of your report?
That is the way I labeled them for purposes of my report. I started off with the one between the eyes as 1, and the other one as 2. Actually, with the circumstances of the scene investigation, I felt that this probably was the first one on the cheek because of the glass stippling around the wound itself.
We'll get to that a little bit more later, but I just want them to understand first, like, how you label them. You start from the top of the head and go to the tip of the toes, right?
That's correct.
So since when we go slice by slice through the human body from the top of the head, the first one we get to is that between the eyes one, that got labeled 1.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at 2 different gunshot wounds in this image?
That's correct.
Okay.
Gunshot wound that was labeled number 1 is right here between the eyes. The reason it is so big and ragged was that there was an intermediate target, probably a pair of glasses that were sitting on his nose. The bullet actually hit those glasses, broke the glasses into multiple fragments, which caused this entry wound to be what we call atypical. It just isn't a round little hole. There's been some extensive laceration associated with that gunshot wound injury from the intermediate target of eyeglasses.
And which one or are both of these shots fatal?
The gunshot wound number 2 here to the cheek actually just goes through the soft tissues of the face right here. And really, it doesn't even enter the mouth. It hits the zygoma and it hits the mandible and fractures both. But this would have been a painful but survivable injury if it was by itself.
All right, if we can go on to the next slide, please, will be State's Exhibit 29. What do we see here?
This is showing the left side of the neck, and you can see the coarse stippling here, the glass stippling, and you can see it on the ear here also.
All right, the next slide is State's Exhibit 30.
Okay, State's Exhibit 30 is showing the forehead. What I'm trying to show here is that there's a different kind of stippling here on the central portion of the forehead. This is the gunshot wound injury right here. Right here is where the actual bullet went through. This gaping laceration associated with the gunshot wound is due to the eyeglasses intermediate target. And in the forehead here, you see some very fine stippling. This is what I call true stippling or gunpowder stippling. You have burnt and unburnt particles of gunpowder coming out at the end of a gun, and they're all fairly homogeneous in size, and they cause very small abrasions when they strike the skin. They don't burn the skin, but they abrade it. So what we're seeing here is that you have some true gunpowder stippling on the forehead, and this is associated, we usually see this with handguns within a range of 18 to 24 inches of the muzzle from the skin surface.
All right, so this was a close contact wound.
It would be called an intermediate range wound.
And when you say homogeneous, referring to the stippling from the gunpowder, does that mean it appears to be all the same pattern?
Same size.
Same size, okay. As opposed to the stippling from the broken glass, which is going to be various sizes, correct?
That's correct. And if you look at the nose here, you can see that there's larger stipple marks. You can actually see larger stipple marks here, here, and above the left eyebrow and on the cheek. And these are coarse. And again, it's some kind of intermediate target, most likely in this case, the glasses and the glass, window glass.
All right, next slide, please. State's Exhibit 31.
This is another angle at gunshot wound number 1 as labeled in the autopsy report. You can see how irregular and extensive it is. You can see the coarse stippling on the nose, on the cheek, just above the left eyebrow. You really can't see the fine stippling on the central forehead in this picture. And then you see the large bruising around the left eye. This kind of bruising is usually associated with what we call base of the skull fracture or basilar skull fracture.
All right, so the bruising we're observing is related to the gunshot injuries.
That's correct.
All right, next slide, please.
State's 32.
State's 32 is showing the left forearm on the outside, the elbows over here, the hands going over here, and what we're seeing here again is stippling. If you look at the stippling again, it's fairly large, irregular. Again, I believe this is from an intermediate target, most likely the glass window. And then if you look over here, you see this reverse shaped black material. That's actually soot. And that soot pattern is suggested that the muzzle of the gun, or most likely a cylinder gap in a revolver, were close to this area at the time that soot was deposited.
And based on the evidence that you observed, can you explain to the jury how you think these two gunshot wounds occurred and in what order?
So gunshot wound number 1 is actually to the left cheek area because of the coarse glass stippling that I saw there. From the scene investigation, the glass window was up. The bullet did go through glass, causing it to shatter and spray large glass particles at the decedent. So I felt that gunshot wound number 1 was most likely the first gunshot wound. And then number 2 is the window is gone now. The only other intermediate target would be the glasses. But now we got the fine stippling from gunpowder striking the forehead. So this gives me an intermediate target, intermediate range that I described before.
Can you describe what you think the position of the victim was to get the soot on the arm?
At some point in time, the left arm was up in this position this way to get the glass on the outside and then the soot on here also. Reflexively, if somebody's coming at you with a gun or knife, is to put your forearm to protect yourself. So I believe at some point in time his arm was up. The soot deposition most likely came from the gunshot wound number 2, what I would be in sequence number 2, to the glabella area or central forehead.
All right, so could this be consistent with the first shot being inflicted to the cheek, sort of from the side, and then the victim turning to look and simultaneously raising his arm and being shot then through the void in the glass caused by the first shot?
That is correct, but you're going to the left.
I know, sorry. I was going toward the jury.
Okay.
But yes, got you. All right, I'm going to approach and show you some additional exhibits. Can you go back to the overhead? Those are in evidence. Let me show you 125 and 126. Do you recognize these two?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
Okay, this is exhibit
125.
125. This contains a brown envelope that was sealed by me and contains the bullet I recovered from gunshot wound number 2 from the left side of the head.
All right, and what about 126?
And 126 has that same brown, similar brown envelope with the evidence tape sealed to it, my label, and this is the bullet from gunshot wound number 1 to the right brain.
Are these exhibits in substantially the same condition as when you collected the items from the body of Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, except for being out of the envelope themselves.
Judge, at this time I would ask to introduce an evidence states 125 and 126.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as 125 and 126. You may.
Alright, publishing states 25 and 26. Those are the double bag. Start with page 25. What are we looking at in this document?
This is an x-ray of the head. Now, the decedent didn't make it to the hospital and received some care, and he did have a CT scan of the head. As part of the CT scan, they actually do plain x-rays to get their imaging correct. And if you look at this scan here, this is actually the top of the head here. This is his right side. This is his left side. And what you see here inside the skull is a mushroomed white bullet that's inside the skull. Okay, if anything metal is going to come out white on the x-ray. And you can see the bone is also somewhat white. And over here we have a barrel-shaped bullet in the left soft tissues of the left side of the mandible. Now the first one was called an AP from front to back, anterior to posterior, front to back. This is a lateral showing the side, and this gives us an idea of the 2 dimensions here. I'm missing this somehow. Where are we? I think it's a dime. Anyway, oh, here you go. Here's that mushroom bullet here. You can see that it's inside the skull towards the back. And then we have that barrel-shaped one here on the left side of the jaw. State's Exhibit 33 is documenting the envelope that I'm putting the bullet into that I recovered from the left jaw. And I'd like to document what the bullet looked like in case for some reason it got lost or something like that. At least we have a picture of it. And this is the gunshot wound number 1 bullet from the right side of the brain. And this is, if you flipped it up, you could tell it was been mushroomed. It was similar to the one from the x-ray. Okay, so this is that barrel-shaped bullet that I recovered, and this is from the left side of the jaw. Okay, this is that mushroom-shaped bullet that I recovered from the right brain. And there's also another small lead fragment associated with it. Yes, ma'am.
right, can you tell us anything about how far away the muzzle of the gun was from Mr. Markell's head when the shots were fired?
Again, with the stippling to gunshot wound number 1 as designated in the autopsy report, I felt this was an intermediate. That would put it out to 18 to 24 inches. The only way you can really tell is if you had the same gun, same ammunition, and did some test firing to see how far out you had to be to get the same stipple pattern.
Is toxicology routinely done on the autopsies, folks that you conduct autopsies on?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Markell have toxicology done on him?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the result of his toxicology?
It was negative.
What was Mr. Markell's cause of death?
Cause of death, as written on the autopsy report and death certificate, are gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about the manner of death?
In this case, it would be a homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Your Honor, I am going to have a little bit of a cross. I don't know if Your Honor wants to do it after lunch. Shouldn't
No,
be long.
you can do it now. We'll go for it.
I got one moment for us.
Sure.
You will get 1 minute, doctor.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm showing you state 7. Is it your understanding, or are you aware that this is Mr. Markell's vehicle inside of the garage where he was shot?
Yes, sir.
Is it also your understanding that this is the vehicle that he was shot in? He was inside of this driver's side on the left right here.
That's correct.
All right, now a topic that I want to go over real quickly with you, and I'm going to go fast because we're so close to lunch. Exhibit number 24, we talked about stippling. Now again, stippling is that there's particles that are coming out of the gun when it's fired. Your Honor, if I may use a chair to
Sure.
act it out a little bit. That these bruises and these marks are from particles that are coming out of the gun or things that the projectile hits that then hit the skin, right?
Right. You have an intermediate target, you have your glass stippling, and then you have your gunpowder stippling.
So the thought is, and feel free to move me around, your thought is, based on this, that Professor Markel, when he was shot, and again, the door's right here on the left side, that he raised his arm.
Yes, sir. Now, I don't know if his arm was raised to get the glass stippling. That's what we see in here on the forearm, okay? And the soot came with the second shot, because the glass is going to block any kind of soot or heat from going through. The only thing that's going to go through is the bullet and broken glass. So you're not going to see gunpowder stippling from that type of shot. So that glass stippling is more likely from the first shot, and the soot is probably from the second, most likely from the second shot.
Now, based on your expert opinion as a doctor and also your lay opinion as an automobile driver, I assume you drive an automobile?
Yes, sir.
Is your thought that if his arm is down on the door on that armrest, that he's not going to get those injuries?
If it's down on the armrest, no, he would not get those injuries.
So it's consistent with the fact that he raised it in some fashion?
He had it raised in some fashion. Now, is he talking on the phone? I don't know. Was he holding something? I don't know. Did he raise his arm in defensive? I'm not sure.
The next thing I want to talk to you about briefly is trajectory with respect to the intermediary targets that you talked about. Now, Professor Markel, he was shot between the eyes and in the cheek, correct?
That's correct.
There was a trajectory of the wounds. It entered in and it went up or down in a certain fashion, right?
That's correct, but remember, all my trajectories are based on the decedent placed in what we call anatomic position. He's lying flat on his back with his palms facing forward and his head in a neutral position. So all those trajectories you're talking about are with him in that position.
With respect to trajectory, if Professor Markel is sitting there and he raises his arm would that affect the trajectory of the wound going inside his head?
No. That would depend on where the muzzle of the gun is in relationship to it. The bullet is going from front to back, very slightly left to right, and very slightly up.
Because we're talking about, and what I want to focus on here is the up and down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in your report, the entryway went down a little bit, correct?
Which one?
Either. Well, if you could explain to the jury the trajectory.
Okay. Gunshot wound number 1, as I described here in the forehead, is going from front to back, slightly left to right, from his left to his right, okay? Front to back, slightly left to right, and slightly up. So that the bullet's entering about here and is wounding up in the back right side of the brain.
Is that what we hear, or what we see in Exhibit 26?
Right. You can see the skull and where the bullet is. You can't really see the brain in these x-rays.
So what you're saying is that the bullet went from approximately here and went up into the back of his head?
Slightly up, yes, sir.
Now, the reason why it went up, it could have been for any reason, correct?
Correct. And I'm saying that this is an standard anatomic position. His head is in a neutral position.
It's not tilted like it could have been inside the vehicle?
Correct. I don't know whether his head was tilted back a little bit or even tilted down a little bit, depending on where the muzzle of the gun is.
And of course, you can't factor for the level of deflection off of the intermediary target like his glasses or the glass on the door.
That's correct. Well, the second one would be the intermediate target of the eyeglasses, and also striking bone can deviate the course a little bit.
If I could have one brief moment.
Sure.
I think I need that. And thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
We can release the doctor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, now's a good time for us to take our lunch break. It's almost 12:30, so I'll give you to 1:30. So you're going to be outside the building. You also have a place here inside where you can get something to eat in the courthouse, or if you brought something, that's perfectly fine. I forgot to mention yesterday, if you run into anyone here in the courtroom, the attorneys, myself, because we all might use the same elevators and that type of thing, we're going to completely ignore you, and I don't want you to be offended by that. It's the appropriate thing to do, okay? And we don't want even the appearance of any impropriety, so please don't be offended by that if we do run into you at any time during our movements around the courtroom, okay? Or the courthouse. So again, no discussions with any friends or family members, no looking up on social media or any news reports. And if you could please report back at 1:30, and then we'll start back with the testimony at that time. Okay? The deputy will escort you out. You can just leave your pads and pens right on your chairs because the courtroom will be secure. All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated. And so for planning purposes, I see at this point, Ms. Kappelman, you have 2 witnesses for this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And we discussed a transport order yesterday, and I haven't seen that at
Yes,
this
sir.
point.
I
So I just wanted to
apologize.
make sure I didn't miss it.
No, I'm gonna be sending it to you.
All right.
Your Honor. I also wanted to ask to let Your Honor know, the other part of the legal team is actually here, so I didn't want you to wonder who was sitting at counsel desk, but my legal department from my law firm, my partner, Ms. Kawas, also is
Okay.
gonna be joining us.
All right,
Just wanted
that's
to give you
fine.
the heads up, yeah.
All right, I appreciate that. Okay,
She's not
and
actually here, but-
so anything else before we break? We'll be back at 1:30, and we'll continue with the testimony at that time, okay? We'll be in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
All right. Anything that we need to address before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. DeCoste?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just to introduce you to the other Miss Kowalski
All
who's
right.
now present.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
I'm glad you told me because it looks like I'm seeing double over there.
Yes, we get that a lot, Judge.
All right. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, we're entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Thank you for everybody's promptness. And we're ready to continue with the testimony. And Ms. Kappelman, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Brock Dietz.
Brock Dietz, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. If you could please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Brock Dietz. First name B-R-O-C-K. Last name Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently a law enforcement detective with the state of Florida's Bureau of Fire, Arson, and Investigations.
How long have you been doing that?
28 years.
All right, what about in 2014? What were your duties there?
I was still an arson investigations, but I also have other duties which include forensic video analysis.
What training and education do you have in the area of forensic video analysis?
Okay. I've been performing forensic video analysis since 2002. For the past 20 years, I've analyzed over 830 different video and audio submissions. The training that I've had has occurred from not only public agencies such as the FBI and Virginia State Police, but it also comes from private institutions and also forensic organizations. I've been to 15 different classes as either a student or a lecturer involving video analysis. And again, I've done over 830 different submissions.
All right, and were you asked to analyze or clarify some videos in reference to the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I was.
All right, and does that include bus video?
Excuse me?
Bus video.
Correct.
ATM video or ATM stills?
Correct, the stills.
Still images. and Premier Gym surveillance video.
That is correct.
All right, I want to start with Premier Gym. Judge, at this time, I would ask to introduce into evidence States 117. That is the raw data from Premier Gym pursuant to stipulation.
All right, for the record, any objections?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, so 117, the Premier raw data will be admitted as States 117.
Thank you, Judge. So you were provided with all the images from the Premier Gym around the time in question, right?
That is correct.
And they had a bunch of different cameras mounted at the time at that facility?
Correct. Exterior cameras and interior cameras.
All right. And did you create well, just tell the jury what you created out of the raw data that you were provided in States 117.
Okay. When I was presented the evidence with the video, I was asked by the state, and at that time they had identified the victim's vehicle, the victim himself, and the suspect's vehicle. And I was asked by the state to highlight those images, or when those vehicles and the victim and the suspect's vehicle, when they came into frame of view, to highlight them so that it would be easier for the judge and jury to be able to take a look at it.
All right, and Judge, at this time I would ask to introduce the clips provided by the witness as States Exhibit 89.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States Exhibit 89.
And permission to publish that exhibit?
Yes.
Actually, strike that. We're going to publish it, just not right now. Let's move on. All right, I want to talk about the ATM video. What did you do in reference to the raw data that was provided to you in reference to the ATM images in this case?
Simply made still images from them.
I'm going to approach and show you States 37 through 43. Accurate images of what you retrieved off the ATM raw data?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and where was the ATM located? You were looking at? Did you know?
I'm not familiar with it. It was just
Provided you
yes,
by law
ma'am.
enforcement? Okay. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move to evidence 37 through 43.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States Exhibits 37 through 43.
All right, and then also wanted to show you States 4. Let me ask you first, before I show you States 4, were you provided with some raw data from the Star Metro bus company here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I was.
And did you analyze that data looking to isolate some images in particular?
Correct. I was able to isolate the victim's vehicle as well as the suspect vehicle.
All right, and that was from cameras mounted on the outside of city buses?
Yes, that's correct.
Judge, at this time I would ask to introduce pursuant to stipulation States 118, which is a thumb drive containing the raw bus surveillance data.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted pursuant to stipulation States Exhibit 118.
All right, and then at this time, Judge, I'd also like to introduce States 90, which is the exhibit prepared by this witness containing the clips of the bus data.
Any objection?
No objection.
be admitted as State's Exhibit 90.
All right, now I'm gonna show you states 4. And just ask you if you recognize that as one of the images that came off of the raw bus data that we were just talking about.
I do.
That's fair and accurate.
It is.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence.
And no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination? Excuse me.
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. Can we excuse the witness?
He may be excused, Judge.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State calls Craig Isom.
Craig Isom, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G-I-S-O-M.
How are you employed, Mr. Isom?
I'm currently retired,
What are you retired from?
Tallahassee Police Department,
How long did you work for TPD?
28 and a half years.
What were your duties at TPD?
I had numerous over the time period. The last 10, I was in criminal investigation.
As part of your duties in criminal investigations, did you investigate homicides?
Yes,
Were you assigned to investigate the homicide of Dan Markell?
I was.
Were you the lead investigator in that case?
Yes, I was.
Were you assisted by any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
What other agencies?
Specifically, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
All right. Did you personally respond to the crime scene in this case?
Yes.
And is that crime scene located in Leon County?
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived at the scene, had the victim already been transported to the hospital?
Yes, he had.
All right. Was there any evidence that you observed on the crime scene that this was a robbery or a break-in?
No.
Any evidence that anything had been stolen or removed from the property of the vehicle?
No.
So where do you start an investigation like this?
Well, you try to find out as much background as you can on the victim and what his activities and actions were leading up to the crime.
All right, let's talk about what evidence there was on the scene. Do you know if the victim was dressed in gym clothes?
Yes.
Okay, and had a gym bag or a gym towel in the car?
There was items of that nature in the car.
All right. We've heard testimony that he had a cell phone in his hand. Do we have any evidence that he was on the phone at the time?
Yes, there was a reporting person who actually was conversing with Mr. Markel at the time that the incident occurred.
All right, and was that the person whose business card was located inside the vehicle?
I believe so.
All right, and was a neighborhood canvass done to see if anybody in the neighborhood saw anything?
Yes, there was.
All right, and were you able to develop a witness, the neighbor, Mr. Geiger, who we already heard from?
Yes.
All right, anybody else see anything in the neighborhood?
No.
All right, and when you were working on establishing a timeline of the victim's activities, we talked about him being in gym clothes. Was there any evidence collected to suggest he actually had gone to the gym that day?
We found that he had been at Premier Fitness Club on Maclay Boulevard, and we obtained video surveillance from that establishment, that business, that showed him there.
All right, did you find any evidence to suggest where he went prior to the gym that day?
Yes, we were able to determine that he had dropped off his 2 young boys at daycare on West Tharp Street, and the time was 8:50 a.m. approximately.
All right, and then what time, did he go straight from the daycare to the gym?
Yes,
What time did he arrive at the gym?
it was 9:12.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 89, the gym surveillance. Could we publish that now, please? What can you tell us about the camera angles that were available, or the surveillance images that were available from Premier Gym?
There was numerous on the outside. There's a couple on the inside where you see his image entering and exiting the gym. You can see where his car pulls into the parking lot and parks.
Do you know how long the victim was inside the gym?
It was more than an hour.
All right. So are there 6 to 7 different camera angles that show the victim or the vehicles that we're interested in?
Yes,
All right, and are you familiar with the exhibit where they were compiled for ease of presentation?
yes.
All right, so let's take a look at this exhibit. All right, what is this vehicle in the blue circle?
That is Mr. Markel's Honda 4-door black.
And is he entering the gym parking lot in this image?
Yes, he's entering off of Village Square Boulevard. Once again, that's him coming down north to south from Village Square Boulevard in the parking lot.
And is that him pulling into that parking spot behind the flag?
It is.
All right, does he exit his vehicle immediately?
No, it takes a couple minutes. This is what's being determined as the suspect vehicle.
And does the suspect vehicle turn into the parking lot behind Mr. Markel?
Not directly. The suspect vehicle goes all the way up Village Square Boulevard to Maclay and then comes in the main entrance of
Right.
Premier.
So is that the suspect vehicle driving past the
Correct.
victim?
Correct, and that's Markel exiting his car.
And is the time on this correct, 9:12
Yes.
a.m.? Is this Markel in the red shirt entering the gym?
Correct. Here's Mr. Markel entering the front doors.
And what does the suspect vehicle do while Mr. Markel's in the gym for approximately an hour, a little better than an hour?
The driver of the suspect vehicle moves to different locations within the parking area, off to one end, and then moves again, and then ends up behind trees.
But as far as you can tell, stays in the parking area?
Oh, yeah, yes. Excuse me, so Markel's already entered, and now the car's driving past by again.
Do you know the make and model of this vehicle?
It's a 2008 Toyota Prius in colors silver pine mica.
Is this another area of the gym parking?
Correct, this is at the south end, as it denotes south parking.
What's happening now?
Mr. Markel is now exiting the building of Premier,
And at what time does he exit?
10:39. Oh, I'm sorry, it says 10:33. I guess it was, okay, he's not outside in the parking lot, but it says 10:33, and that is accurate.
So are we going to see Mr. Markel pull out of the parking lot here
Yes,
and the suspect vehicle follow behind?
correct. It's Markel's car heading back the way it came in. The circle is indicating where the suspect vehicle is coming from in the back.
Were you able to get a tag number off the vehicle from the surveillance we just watched?
No.
All right. Were you able to review or find some other surveillance images of this vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the bus. Are there cameras mounted on our city buses here in Tallahassee?
There are.
All right. And did those buses capture some of the route from where these two vehicles went after they left Premier Gym that morning?
Yes, a good deal of it.
All right. Where did Mr. Markel head when he left the gym that morning?
He went out to Village Square Boulevard to Thomasville Road, and then southbound on Thomasville Road towards his neighborhood in Benton Hills.
All right. And let's start with State's Exhibit 90, which has been previously introduced into evidence. If you could tell us about Bus 505, what does that show us?
Bus 505 is pulling up here. The bus is traveling east on Maclay Commerce Drive. It comes up to this intersection, and that is what appears to be Markel's black Honda southbound on Thomasville. So he's left Premier, gone to Thomasville Road, and now he's southbound.
All right. Hit play, please.
That's what appears to be the same Prius, green Prius that was in the Premier parking lot. It's following in the direction that Markel went. This same bus turned off of Maclay Commerce Drive, went southbound, and caught up to a similar Prius here at the intersection of Metropolitan Boulevard.
And were you able to get the tag from the Prius off of these images?
No, unfortunately not.
Is the route we're seeing the Prius take in this portion of the exhibit consistent with heading toward the Markel residence?
Yes.
Does this bus catch up with the Prius again before he turns off toward the Markel residence?
Yes, right there where the circle is, that appears to be the same Prius in the left-hand turn lane for Benton Road.
All right, if you'll pause it at the end of this clip.
Once again, the Prius is making the left-hand turn onto Benton Road.
All right, and at what time does the Prius make that left-hand turn?
I don't have the exact time. I'll have
Does
to look for it.
10:51 sound right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have an idea of when Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was before 11 a.m.
Okay. All right, and then was there additional surveillance video from a city bus that captured this Prius after the murder?
Yes,
All right, and was that bus 707?
it was.
Okay, if we could publish. We might have a little 505 to finish watching here. Okay, here we go, 707.
All right, this is 707. It's northbound. It stopped on, it's on Thomasville. It's northbound. It stopped at the light at Armistead Road. And this is the suspect vehicle passing by.
All right, could you rewind it and watch that clip one more time? Were you able to learn some more information about the suspect vehicle based on this?
These images provided us with a couple of characteristics, a few characteristics about the car. One of them, as you can see, the passenger mirror casing. The outside mirror casing is black. All the Priuses come with the same body color on the mirror casing. This one obviously has been replaced at some point. So you got a black passenger side mirror casing. There's what appears to be a sun pass or some type of sticker up in the top center window, and it's common for tolls. And then I don't think you can see it from here, but if you back up just a hair, there'll be kind of grainy on this image. Maybe your all's is better, but there's a black hole just below the driver's side headlight. And
I think you have a pointer up there to assist you.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Although no one's had much luck with the pointer, so you're being
Well,
good. You'll be in good company if you get it away.
Sorry. If you just look below the driver's headlight where the bumper is, there's a black hole. And that's correct. That is where a tow hook would mount if the car needed to be pulled or towed. And it's missing. The cover, the plastic insert that covers that hole is missing on this car.
All right, let's let it play through. Looks like something, can you back it up just a hair? I'm sorry to keep doing that to you. Okay, stop right there. Something white on the windshield there.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to is possibly a sun pass adhesive toll reader, transponder for when you drive through tolls, so you don't have to stop.
Is that a South Florida thing, or do we have those here?
Central and South Florida, predominantly, and down in that area. Very, very rare up here.
What can you tell us, if anything, about the passengers based on this video?
The passenger is animated, and it appears there's some type of white clothing or a towel, something moving around on the passenger side. And then there's nothing, you can't really tell on the driver's side. It looks like it's black as far as any type of clothing or.
Let it play one more time, please. You can turn that one off. Thanks. Or let it play through, I'm sorry. We'll watch the whole thing.
There you have the three characteristics that I was referring to.
Is this the same bus?
Yes, it's just another angle. It's the camera's mounted up on the front part of the bus. Prius is passing in the left-hand lane.
And the 707 bus video occurs at approximately 10:55 a.m.?
Yeah, I have 10:55 where it's at the stoplight.
So then the murder, that puts our time of the murder between 10:51 and 10:55, is that about
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what time the 911 call came in from Mr. Geiger?
11:02.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the sun pass. You mentioned you thought the suspect vehicle appeared to have a sun pass. What, if any, investigative efforts were done to try to locate that particular sun pass?
Well, there was a lot of painstaking effort to figure out if this car had gone through tolls and which tolls. The closest sun pass or toll system is north of Orlando, down in Wildwood, Florida, where I-75 intersects with the Florida Turnpike. That was checked exhaustively without luck, and we didn't really have anything else to go on, just Prius. Come to find out there's thousands of Priuses and a lot of sun passes attached to them. So that wasn't working out too good, but eventually we did locate the location where a car like this utilized the sun pass through tolls down in South Florida on I-75, but that was in correlation with the cell phones that we eventually got.
All right, so after you got cell phone records for suspects, you were able to kind of go back to the sun pass records and narrow down the time frames.
Correct. That
Okay.
helped us in determining their route, the travel route they took. And then we were able to determine there's a toll on each end of Alligator Alley down in extreme South Florida. And the toll transponder activity was consistent with where these cell phones went.
And do you know the times exactly that this thing went through those tolls?
The one for leaving Miami and getting on I-75 eastbound or westbound to go across the state towards Naples was at 2:18 p.m. on July 16th. So that's 2 days before the murder.
Right. And what about going home after the murder?
Going home was the date of the murder, same date, that evening at 5:23 p.m. That transponder activated at the Alligator Alley Toll Plaza going eastbound from approximately Naples towards Fort Lauderdale.
And is the time frame of the Prius passing through this toll booth on the way home consistent with them leaving Tallahassee, as we just saw in the bus video, and going? Exhibit 48. This is what the vehicle looked like once you track it down.
Correct.
And was a photo taken of the unique VIN number, say 49.
That's, yes.
Right, and that's the same one that corresponds to the SunPass records that we presented.
That's correct.
Page 67. What were we able to learn about our suspects from the rental car agreement?
Well, the phone numbers were consistent with what we had already. Obviously, there's an additional phone number up there. It says brother. That was determined to be one of the co-defendants.
Who's that?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And this phone number, was that discovered to be the real phone number for Rivera?
It was.
And what about this address, Normandy?
That was his.
Linked to him as well?
That was his current address at the time.
And what about, he had another address too, didn't he, with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes.
What address was that?
Your Honor, if we could just get for the record what it is that Mr. Edelson was taking a look at.
Okay, are you reviewing your report?
I'm looking to make sure I have the address right.
Okay. And
It's just a sheet that has addresses on it.
Completely understand if it, oh, we can do the sidebar.
all right.
Yes.
All right, and what was that other address?
1505 Northeast 135th Street, North Miami, Florida.
Okay. All right,
vehicle rented?
On the 15th of July,
And when was it due back?
it's due back on the 17th of July, 2 days later.
Obviously not returned on time.
Nope,
The call has to be on the 18th, right?
correct.
Mr. Iser, are you referring to that exhibit? Is that what you're looking at there?
Okay, this is what I'm looking at for the
Okay, what I want you to do is, I want you to look at the exhibit if you need to respond with the exhibit. If you need to refer to your notes, if you could just tell counsel that you need to refer to
Okay.
that, and then she'll ask you to refresh your recollection. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I can bring it over to you if you can't see the exhibit from there. It should be on your screen as well.
We took that screen down.
I can carry it over to
I'm
you.
going blind here.
If there's something you need to see closer. All right, let's talk about phone numbers. We talked about that phone number that was listed on the rental agreement for Luis Rivera. Did you subpoena call detail records for that phone number?
Yes,
All right, and would you be the person responsible for analyzing the call detail records, or is that done by someone else?
it's done by the Technical Operations Unit,
All right, and would that be Sergeant Corbett?
Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Okay. But you did the subpoena and received the returns for these phone numbers?
Yes,
Okay. So specifically in reference to the 305-570-8153 for Rivera, that is not on Google. One moment, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll come back to that. I think it's gonna be exhibits 91 through 98 that we're hunting. All right, so the phone number that was listed on the rental car agreement for brother, 786-372-5986, you mentioned that that phone number was associated with Sigfredo Garcia. Was that phone number subpoenaed for the call detail records?
it was.
All right, and did you receive a return for those as well?
Yes,
All right. Did you also subpoena social media content that contains that phone number?
yes.
And under what Facebook name is that does that number appear?
On the Facebook identifier is Tuto Dade.
I'll show you 60 and 61 if I can find them. Take a look at these exhibits, please.
Mhm.
And there's front and backs to one of those. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, this is part of the return that was showing that this image was on Tuto Dade's Facebook page.
All right, and the phone number associated with brother is associated with this Facebook.
That's correct.
And the Facebook image, is that someone that you recognize?
Yes,
Who is that?
this is Sigfredo Garcia.
Permission to introduce state 60 and 61?
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 60 and 61 will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so 61 is a page that you can't see, but that contains that phone number. Is that correct?
Yes,
And 61
Yes.
And does he have children?
Yes.
And who is the mother of his children?
Katherine Magbanua.
All right, I want to show you state's demonstrative exhibit C. Could we publish that, Ms. Dugan? Let's see, yeah. Have you had a chance to review this exhibit before today?
I have, yes.
Okay, and could you explain to us, starting with Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, those are the two in the Prius, correct?
Yes.
All right, and how they're related or connected to the other players on this image? That's pretty terrible. I wonder if could we try displaying it from the laptop maybe? Sorry.
You kind of walk us through who's who in this case.
You can go ahead and start explaining it while she's working on that. I don't want the jury to have to wait.
Can they see it?
No.
Okay.
You have to just tell us.
Luis Rivera and his friend Sigfredo Garcia were the two individuals operating in the Prius. Sigfredo Garcia's, the mother of his children, is a defendant, Katherine Magbanua. There's two children by them. It was determined Katherine had a relationship also with Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson is was Dan Markell's brother-in-law, Wendy Adelson's brother. Charlie Adelson's parents are Donna Adelson.
Thank you.
She'd be to the second from the left at the top. And the father is Harvey Adelson, top left corner. So you have Harvey across the top from left to right. Harvey, Donna, Charlie, Wendy, Dan Markell's ex-wife, and then on the far right is Dan Markell.
So the investigation into the Prius, the buck kind of stops, leads to down here, right?
Correct.
And did you have some ATM images in this case?
Yes.
Tell us about the ATM images. Where did they come from?
We found out that there was a bank transaction at an ATM drive-through in Broward County, I believe it was Broward County, where they were on their way home and they stopped, and Rivera, who was operating the car, he withdrew money at an ATM, and we were able to get images of both of them in the car.
Still in the green Prius?
Correct.
Consistent with being on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yes.
After the murder?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 39, who's that?
That is Luis Rivera.
State's Exhibit 40.
That's Luis on the driver's side, and the far image or far person On the passenger side is Sigfredo Garcia. Once again, Rivera's operating the car. He's in black. We're back to the bus video. Garcia's in white. He's on the passenger side.
It's 42. Can't really tell from here, but were you able to get the tag off of this image?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that the Prius was the only lead that you got from the crime scene. Was there a lead that started with Dan Markell's personal life?
Yes. Dan and Wendy Markel, well, Dan Markell and Wendy Adelson had gone through a very lengthy and contentious divorce starting in 2012.
And as part of your investigation, did you review the divorce file in their case?
Yes.
Was the divorce file pretty voluminous?
Very large.
Over 700 pages?
I don't, yeah, it was a lot.
Let me show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Donna, flip the next page. Just flip through and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes. It's a lot.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the Markell's divorce file?
Yes.
And you reviewed that as part of your investigation?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a couple documents in there specifically. Do you know when their divorce was finalized?
Objection.
And what's your objection?
Motion's in limine, Your Honor.
All right, your previous objection is noted, but are you asking for the file to be admitted at this time, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to allow him to refer to it, and so your motion, it's denied for my previous reasons stated on the record.
When was their divorce final, is the question.
It was July 31st of 2013.
All right, so a year before the murder in this
Correct.
case. Was the finalizing of the divorce the end of the litigation between Dan Markell and his former wife, Wendy?
Not at all.
All right, were there numerous filings that occurred between the time their divorce was finalized and the time of Mr. Markell's murder?
Yes.
Even including as recently as March 26th of 2014, shortly before his murder.
Correct.
Could you tell us about that March 26, 2014 filing that Dr. Markell made?
Yeah, Mr. Markel had found out that his children, his two young children, had been spending time with Markel's mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and from the children they'd said disparaging things that Donna Adelson had told them or said in their presence about Dan Markell. And these were things like, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma hates you, and that was kind of the last straw, the way it looks when you read through this stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That Markel had decided that he wanted to have, that his mother-in-law should have supervised contact with the children.
Only supervised contact. Only supervised contact.
Yes. He did not want the mother-in-law to have unsupervised contact with the children.
All right. Was that motion ever heard by the court?
No.
Why not?
Because Dan Markell was murdered.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence the divorce filing exhibit, which is marked as State's Exhibit 59.
All right, subject to the previous objection noted on the record. Anything else that you need to add?
One moment, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 59.
All right, and Mr. Isom, in those documents, just to sort of give the jury an idea of what we're talking about, this couple was arguing over things as small as a tennis racket.
Correct.
And quite large things that were very valuable as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a motion that's included in that exhibit where Wendy Adelson was seeking to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that motion?
It was denied with prejudice.
All right, so she was not legally permitted to move from Tallahassee to South Florida.
Correct.
All right. Who was in South Florida? Why did she want to move there?
Her parents, Harvey.
Where did they live?
At the time, they lived in Coral Springs, Broward County, Florida.
And are you familiar with some emails between Wendy and Donna Adelson in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 63. How did you come into possession of those emails? I'm sure.
They were obtained through the voluntary submission of Wendy Adelson's computer. And I also believe there was a subpoena for her Google account.
Okay, well, we can't find them at the moment. So I'm going to move on and come back to emails. Fair to say that the emails were unfriendly to Dan Markell.
Very much so.
All right. And did the emails, what kinds of things did the emails include?
Before the ruling that that Wendy could not relocate to South Florida with the two boys, there was a lot of suggestions by her mother, Donna Adelson, to compel or insist that relocation was very important and they needed the stability of the boys in South Florida because they were divorced now, and now we're talking about two different single parents. After the denial, because I believe in June of 2013, Donna, according to the email, she ramped up her suggestions to Wendy and wanted to attempt to coerce Markel to allow the relocation by bribery, by suggesting that the children would be moved from a Hebrew Jewish religion to Catholicism and possibly even baptized in a Catholic church, knowing full well that Dan Markell was very devout in his faith, being Jewish, and that it would get under his skin, and they thought maybe this would trigger something for him to voluntarily allow them to take the kids to South Florida.
All right, and was another suggestion that they could even bribe Markel into allowing the relocation?
Yes.
And was a specific amount mentioned?
$1 million.
All right, so obviously this was a lead, right? This nasty divorce and custody battle.
Right.
Did you interview the ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When was she interviewed?
Within hours after the Dan Markell was shot in his garage.
Where was Ms. Adelson located?
She was at a restaurant in Killarn in the Killarn area north of I-10 off of Market Street.
All right, and did she, during her interview with you, suggest who might have wanted her husband dead?
Well, she said that somebody could have done it as if it was to help her.
Who? Does she say who?
She just said that somebody that she knows could have possibly done it. But she also made the statement that her brother Charlie had stated previously that he looked into hiring a hitman and found it was cheaper to buy a television for as a divorce gift.
All right. Her brother Charlie, is that Charlie Adelson on this sheet?
Correct.
Had looked into hiring a hitman
That's correct.
to kill Dan Markell.
Yes. That was a conversation that she reiterated he told her.
Okay. I want to circle back now to the phone evidence. And you mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was responsible for analyzing the phones, but there were several different sets of records that you obtained for his analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 91 pertains to Luis Rivera, 305-750-8153. And Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence pursuant to Stipulation 91, which does contain a certification of authenticity.
Any objection?
I didn't hear what it was, but.
State's
probably not.
Exhibit 91 with a prior stipulation
Yeah, let's do it. No objection.
be admitted as State's Exhibit 91.
92, the records of Sigfredo Garcia, also containing an affidavit of authenticity. That phone number is 786-372-5986.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so State's Exhibit 92 will be admitted.
Just, I'll point out it's 5968.
Sorry, jury, 5968. State's Exhibit 93 relates to the call detail records of Wendy Adelson, phone number 954-803-0079, also containing an affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit 93.
Next, Judge, State's Exhibit 94, the call detail records of Donna Adelson, phone number 954-396-0997, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's 94.
State's 95, the call detail records of Charlie Adelson, phone number 954-254-9223, also with a record certification.
No objection.
Thank you. Be admitted as State's 95.
State's 96, the cell phone records of Harvey Adelson, phone number 954-980-9032, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 96 admitted.
The cell phone records of Katherine Magbanua, phone number 786-564-1321, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
1312, no objection.
All right, be admitted without objection, State's 97.
Did I say that one wrong as well?
You said 1321.
Dyslexic today. Not normally. Okay, State's Exhibit 98, the call detail records of Dan Markell, 202-276-8200, and that one has an affidavit of authenticity included as well.
No objection.
Be admitted as State's 98.
All right, so Mr. Isom, you received all of these records from the phone companies and turned them over to Sergeant Corbett for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about another aspect of your investigation, your meetings and interviews with Luis Rivera. I want to start with a meeting or an interview that occurred on September 30th of 2016. Were you present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, did Mr. Rivera include the name Katherine Magbanua as someone that was involved in this murder?
Yes.
Was there ever a time where you or any other law enforcement or person of authority in your presence said Rivera has to say the name Katherine Magbanua to get a deal?
No.
All right. Did you make some efforts to check out some of the things that Mr. Rivera told you that were stuff you hadn't heard before, didn't already know pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you specifically about the hole in the Prius. Can you tell us, summarize what Mr. Rivera told you about the hole in the Prius?
Objection, You're under hearsay as to what Mr. Rivera is saying.
That's sustained.
Okay. Did you have reason after Mr. Rivera's testimony to think there might be a hole in the Prius?
Yes.
And did you go to look at the Prius? Okay, this was before or after you had already found the actual vehicle?
Hold on 1 second. You have an objection?
Objection, Your Honor. This line of questioning is premised now on hearsay.
Okay, overruled. You may proceed.
Was this, when you went to look for the hole in the Prius, was it before or after you had already found the actual Prius the first time?
We'd already found the Prius, did not even know about a hole in the floorboard of the Prius until Rivera provided that information.
All right. So you go back to find the Prius again and look to see if there's a hole in the floorboard.
Correct.
And was there a hole in the floorboard?
There was.
All right. I'm going to show you some additional, we've already admitted them. Publishing states 50.
This is a straight rod that has been positioned from the inside down through the outside, showing the trajectory of the hole. Same thing, closer, and you're starting to see what is going to be the gas line of the car.
State 52, this demonstrating a repair to the gas line?
Yes.
And was the repair still holding when you found the vehicle and discovered this hole?
It was.
All right. There was an additional proffer on October 4th of 2016. Were you present for that meeting as well?
I was.
All right. Did you, as a result of your meetings with Mr. Rivera, attempt to locate the murder weapon in this case?
We did.
What did you do to attempt to locate the murder weapon?
I queried him extensively, and then we actually took him on a road trip, for lack of a better term, in the van, and then later on in a car to attempt to locate the body of water that they were close to when he stated that Garcia, they stopped off of I-75 and Garcia got out and threw the gun towards the water.
All right, and you did not recover any firearms as a result of those efforts, did you?
No.
Okay, how many bodies of water on the side of an interstate are there between here and Miami?
Numerous.
Okay. I want to ask you about the arrest of Katherine Magbanua. On what day was she arrested?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was that in Miami?
It was in Davie, Broward County.
All right. And when she was arrested, was there anything unusual about the law enforcement presence there? Was there more or less law enforcement than there typically would be for a murder arrest?
It would be, it was the status of what you would go for a murder suspect. You
They're
want to
not-
make sure that they're not going to get away.
Okay, but was it heavier or lighter or typical?
It was just typical.
All right, and on this date, when you were in the process of making this arrest, did you get a phone call?
I did.
All right, was that subsequent to Ms. Magbanua being permitted to make a phone call?
Hold
Yes.
on one second. You have an objection?
Sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have a brief sidebar. All right, you may continue.
All right, so during the arrest of Ms. Magbanua, is she permitted to make a phone call?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of that phone call, do you receive a phone call?
Yes.
How much time passed between her phone call and the one that you received?
Less than 20 minutes.
Right, and who was calling you?
An attorney named David Marcus.
And who did David Marcus represent?
He indicated he represented Charlie Adelson.
I want to ask you about Ms. Magbanua's employment status around the time of this murder. Did you get some evidence that she was receiving checks from the Adelson Institute?
After the homicide, yes.
All right, and what is the Adelson Institute?
It's a periodontal office in Broward County, does dental work.
And who owns the Adelson Institute?
Harvey and Charlie Adelson.
All right, and did Donna have some connection to that business as well?
Yes.
What was that?
I think she did a lot of the clerical stuff there. She wrote the checks that were received by Katherine Magbanua. She signed it.
Okay. Did you make any effort to determine what, if anything, Ms. Magbanua was doing to earn the money from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to try to determine that?
We subpoenaed their office. I went to the office myself, and Special Agent Sanford went to their office and provided a subpoena to 2 employees that happened to be there at the time, seeking employment records and documentation showing her duties and so forth at the office.
All right, and did you interact with employees when you went into the business?
Yes.
I know what kind of a business it is, but is it a large enterprise? Like, how many employees do you have?
There was only 2 there, and from my understanding, it was maybe 2 others that worked there, I believe was what the records show.
All right, and were the employees there able to enlighten you as to what it was Ms. Magbanua did there?
No. One had never heard of her, and another said she'd heard the name.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike hearsay.
That's sustained, that's hearsay. That'll be struck.
Were you up on a wire, a T3 wire, when you went into the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And as part of that wire, were you listening to Charlie Adelson's phone calls?
Yes.
And during the time that you were physically present in the Adelson Institute with your subpoena, was a phone call made to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was Charlie Adelson physically present at the Adelson Institute when you went in?
No.
Was it regular business hours when you went into the business?
Yes.
All right, so one of the employees there made a phone call that was recorded?
From another location outside my presence.
Okay. And ultimately, you left your subpoena there, is that right?
Yes.
And left the business not knowing what her employment was at that time?
Correct.
Okay, and were you provided with any documentation from the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, did you receive a copy of the checks that Ms. Magbanua received from the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I know we had a list of checks.
Okay,
that
and
were provided.
when you left your subpoena there, you got back a copy of those checks, right? Or a
Yes.
list of those checks?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get anything like an application,
No.
a job description,
No.
any W-4,
Nope.
schedule,
No.
personnel file?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what I've marked as state 68. Do you recognize 68?
Yes.
Is that what you got from the Adelson Institute?
Is that what?
Is that what you received from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And that was in response to your subpoena for all documentation regarding the employment of Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And what's contained in the exhibit?
It's just that she was given these paychecks on a incremental, approximately every 2 weeks. There was a paycheck or a check written from the Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua.
And when did the payment begin? When did these checks begin?
In September
September of what?
2014.
So approximately 2 months after the murder?
Yes.
And how long did they continue?
All the way through March of 2016.
Until there were arrests in this case?
Yes, pretty close to that.
All right. Were you able to get any evidence through the course of your investigation that Ms. Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute to perform some job?
There was no indication of that.
Okay. Was there a poll camera on the defendant during your investigation?
Yes,
What's that?
poll camera is utilized for surveillance in an open public setting, so it would be attached to a utility pole. In this case, it was attached to a utility pole in the neighborhood where Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia resided at the time. And it's a continuous feed. It's just images. It's video. It's not audio. And it is up for a long duration of time.
All right. So was she observed coming and going maybe on the weekends, consistent with going to the business to clean when the business was not open?
Objection, Your Honor. Evidence speaks for itself if it's in evidence.
All right, overruled. You can answer.
She did not go to anything that was consistent with that.
All right. Didn't seem to go to the Adelson Institute on the weekends?
Nope.
Evenings?
Nope.
What about any evidence of contact with patients, like by phone or some other means?
We were monitoring her phone as well as Charlie Adelson's, and there was no contact with patients through that resource.
What was the time frame that you were monitoring the phone calls of Ms. Magbanua?
It started in April, I believe 7th or 8th of 2016, all the way through past the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia.
And you didn't capture any calls to patients on there?
No.
Do you know whether Wendy Adelson was able to relocate with her children after her husband was murdered?
Yes.
She was?
Yes.
Where did she move?
She moved to what ended up being Miami Beach. I believe, well, the memorial service for Dan was 2 days after he was shot. It was on a Friday. Memorial service was on Sunday. Her and her parents were on the road to South Florida on Monday, the 20th.
1 moment. Good. What number is that? Okay, there's some confusion about Sigfredo Garcia's phone number that I want to try to clear up. Is there anything in your records that you could refresh your recollection and tell us what his phone number was at the time of this murder?
Sigfredo Garcia's phone number at the time was 786-372-5986.
Thank you. I apologize if I created that confusion. May I have one more moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Okay? We're going to take our afternoon break now, and so we'll break for about 10 minutes or so, give you a chance to stretch your legs, use the facilities, then we'll come back and start with the cross-examination, okay? Please no talking about the case, and the deputy will escort you out. All right, Ms. Kappelman, anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Depends on why we do this. Oh, that's 100%.
All rise, jury entering courtroom.
All right, please be seated. And we're ready to continue with the testimony, a cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste.
Investigator, how you doing?
Okay.
So, I think you and I can agree on some stuff. And Your Honor, if I could approach?
You may.
I'm sorry, I didn't look.
You know what those are, right?
Yes.
Those are still photographs of the characters involved in this case.
Yes.
And you know it because it's from the state's demonstrative,
Yes.
and because you were the investigator on the case for years and you know the faces.
Yes.
And those photos fairly and accurately depict those people.
Correct.
And for the record, those are pre-marked as a demonstrative.
Okay.
Investigator, this is it's a confusing case with a lot of characters, right?
Correct.
And I want to make sure that we have it right on who's who. Dan Markell. He was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Before he was murdered, he was married to Wendy Adelson.
Yes.
And Wendy Adelson's father is Harvey Adelson.
Yes.
Her mother is Donna Adelson.
Yes.
And Wendy has a brother, Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Now, at one point in time, Charles dated Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And Katherine, in high school, met this guy, Sigfredo Garcia.
I don't know when they met, but they have 2 children together.
And based on the ages that you know of Mr. Garcia and Miss Mcmanual, she had those children when she was young, in her early 20s.
I haven't done the math.
But we agree, and we're talking about what we agree on here. We agree that he is the father of 2 of her children.
On birth records, that's correct.
All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king, right?
No.
But this guy is.
Yes.
That's Luis Rivera, right?
Yes.
That's a childhood friend of Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
He was a Latin king boss, not just a member, but the boss in Miami. Right?
Yes.
We agree on this.
Yes.
And we agree that these 2 guys, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, were the hitmen in this case that murdered Dan Markell. Professor Markel, correct?
Yes.
We agree on all that.
Yes.
Let's talk about the motive in this case. We agree that the motive in this case was over a divorce, right?
Divorce was an element of relocation with the children, and Wendy Adelson was the bigger motive.
So Dan Markell, Professor Markel, and Wendy Adelson were going through a divorce.
Yes.
And it got bad.
Oh, yeah.
And you and I agree that that was the motive for them to have Professor Markel murdered, right?
I believe that they ran out of any other option and they chose this.
So we agree on that the motive was because of the divorce and the child custody battle in this case.
The Adelson's motive.
Correct.
Yes.
But in your investigation, there was an issue. How these two Miami guys connected to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
We agree on that.
Right.
And you worked hard to try to figure out what connection could there be between these people. Right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you came upon Katherine Magbanua. And you believe that the connection between these two guys from Miami and the Adelson family was through Katherine, correct?
Yes.
Now, if during your investigation, now, correct me if I'm wrong, shortly after Ms. Magbanua was arrested, before other arrests have been made in this case, you retired.
She was the last arrest before I retired, yes.
And there's been arrests since you retired?
There has been an arrest, yes.
In work and investigation since you retired?
Yes.
Okay. Had there been information that showed that these two guys, specifically Sigfredo Garcia, tied directly to this guy, Charles Adelson, there could have been a different outcome while you were the investigator, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He can answer the question, overruled.
Can you repeat it, please?
If you had found information tying Sigfredo Garcia to Charles Adelson, completely separate from Katherine Magbanua, that would have led to a different outcome in your investigation, correct?
Not necessarily, because the same stuff would have come up eventually concerning Ms. Magbanua.
I want to focus on what we agree on here. So perhaps we agree on this. The government's demonstrative city. We agree that's government's demonstrative, right?
Yes.
And this is the government's now focused theory of the case. That the Adelson family, through Katherine Magbanua, hired Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. We agree on that that's a government's theory, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of what ours is. So their theory is that it was through Katherine Magbanua, right? We agree on that.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been pre-marked as a demonstrative. You would agree with me that that is our theory, the defense's theory, that the Adelson family hired Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera without going through Katherine Magbanua. We agree on that, right?
I don't agree on this demonstrative as far as the case. Is that what you're asking me? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So let's back up, because I want to make sure that we're
Yeah.
clear on this. Showing you again government's theory.
I
The
see.
government's arguing this, right?
Yes.
That it was through Katherine, right?
Yes.
And we're arguing this, right?
Okay.
That it wasn't through Katherine, right?
That's what you're saying. I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I'm asking you if you're aware of the argument that we're having that it was about Katherine Magbanua and not through her.
No, I'm not aware of that.
All right. Let's go back to before you retired, and let's focus now on general duties of law enforcement. Do you believe that they've changed since you retired?
No.
Would you agree that the job of law enforcement is to objectively investigate a case?
Yes.
To then present the evidence, whether it's good or bad?
Yes.
Now, when you're investigating cases, you compile reports, right?
Yes.
You record your activities.
Yes.
You provide that to the prosecution,
Yes.
and then we end up getting all that in what's called discovery, right?
Correct.
That applies to anybody who's charged in a case, whether it's Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
Now, another important aspect of those reports and recording and taking down everything is for when you're testifying like today, right?
Yes.
Because you need to, those reports are in front of you, right?
Some of them, yes.
And that refreshes your memory and helps you remember what was said, what was done, stuff like that.
Correct.
Let's go back now to May of 2016. Two guys on the bottom, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, they're arrested in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that we can go back to agreeing on stuff. You would agree with me that the evidence against those two guys, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, was strong.
Absolutely.
You went over in a direct examination with Ms. Kappelman, there's evidence that they were here and that they were in that Prius,
Yes.
that they murdered Professor Markel.
Yes.
But of course, you were lacking the connection to the Adelson family. Right?
I'm not sure what the question was on that.
We're in May of 2016.
Correct.
At that point in time, you're lacking a connection to the Adelson family. You got these two guys. You got them dead to rights. But what you don't have is any connection to Charles Adelson and the rest of the family.
We already knew about Mcmanual, if that's what you're referring to. We already knew that Magbanua was with Garcia and that she'd also been with Charlie. And after researching and finding no connection between Garcia and Charles Adelson, she's it. She's the only connection.
So going back now to the question that I asked you at the beginning, had you uncovered at that time evidence tying Charles Adelson to Sigfredo Garcia, that would have taken your investigation in a different direction, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's
asked and
speculation. That's sustained. You don't need to answer that.
So let's turn to another topic. The day of the shooting, July 18, 2014. You would agree with me that when TPD responds out to a crime scene like this, that you want to keep it quiet for multiple reasons, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it's only fair to family and friends, to loved ones, that they learn from you and not through the media or from other people, right?
Correct.
It's also important for the integrity of your investigation, because you don't want, I mean, if there's anybody that you could then arrest that day in the area, you don't want it out there that what you know, right?
Yes.
That same day, in the afternoon, you go and find Wendy Adelson at Mosaic Restaurant and take her back to TPD for some questioning, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until late in the afternoon that you let her know that her soon-to-be ex-husband, Professor Markel, had been murdered.
I let her know that within 15 minutes of the interview. He had been shot and he most likely would not survive.
You would agree with me, though, that that was well after 12:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, 12:30, yes. It was after that.
Well after that phone call that apparently was made by Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
Let's now focus on Luis Rivera. I'll put his picture up so we remember who the character is. At the time you arrested Luis Rivera, you would agree he was in a desperate position given the evidence you had against him, right?
A desperate position?
Let's go over that. You had strong evidence against him, placing him as involved in the murder, right?
Yes.
He's then charged with first-degree murder.
Yes.
And if you know, looking at the death penalty.
Okay, yes.
There was also the potential that his non-Latin King co-defendant, Sigfredo Garcia, could flip on him and cooperate against him, right?
Are you asking me my perspective of what was going to happen?
I'm talking about what your knowledge of Mr. Rivera is before you get into a cooperation agreement with him.
I knew that, and he knew that there was a mountain of evidence against him.
Would you agree with me that there would be a danger in telling this guy what to say to get a deal? Can we agree on that?
A danger?
Yes.
Danger to whom?
A danger to a miscarriage of justice if this guy is told what he needs to say to get a deal.
I would never consider telling him anything.
Okay, so let's get into that. You would agree this is a bad guy?
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
Gang leader?
From my understanding, yes.
Has a potential to lie?
Yes.
Has a motive to save himself?
I would say so.
And you deny giving him the script of what to say in this case?
I did not give him a script of to what to say in this case.
He ultimately cooperates in this case and gets a plea agreement, right?
Yes,
And he gives you a series of statements in between September 29, 2016 through October 4th, 2016.
that's about right.
Now, we talked about discovery in this case, all the reports, and you all authored a bunch of different reports in this case, right?
Yes,
Before that, there were arrest warrants for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
before what? I'm not following. Before,
Yeah, that was confusing. Let me back up. So before you author any reports, right? Before you author reports about their arrest, you first have to arrest them, right?
right,
All right. So I jumped ahead there. So you draft and you get arrest warrants for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what kind of information is contained in an arrest warrant.
Has their name, their date of birth, identifiers, social security number, last known address, what the elements of the crime were, what the evidence against that individual is.
And that's what I want to focus on. The evidence, that's a detailed narrative of the case, correct?
It is, there is some detail in there, probably not always everything in a warrant.
You would agree with me that the arrest warrant for Luis Rivera was dozens of pages of the facts in this case.
I don't recall how long it was for that guy.
You agree with me, though, that it was multiple pages?
I don't recall. Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Let's turn now to your reports, and then we'll come back over to it. So you authored two main reports. September 14, 2016, you author a report, right? Do you have it there in front of you?
Can I refer to this?
You can refresh your recollection.
Please give me the date again.
So top right-hand corner, 9/14/2016 at 15:35.
Yes, sir. I have it.
Now, for juror reference, this is authored 9/14/2016, correct?
Yes,
And this is before Luis Rivera starts cooperating.
yes,
And in these reports, and I'll refer you to page 4 specifically, it talks about your belief that Katherine Magbanua was involved. Right?
yes,
You also authored another report, and the date is 7/12/2016, top right-hand corner, a 31-page report.
yes.
You'd agree with me, that's several months before Luis Rivera starts cooperating.
It's July versus September.
So July 12, 2016, you authored this report, give it to the state attorney's office, it gets sent over to Luis Rivera in discovery to his attorneys, and then roughly 2.5 months later, he's cooperating in this case and giving you information, correct?
I don't know the timeline of all of it. I don't know when the state received it for sure. I don't know when it was provided in discovery.
So let's talk about what you can give me. This is authored and this is finalized on 7/12/2016, right?
Actually, it's approved on 7/27, but.
So the end of July, this thing is done.
Yep,
Luis Rivera, the first time that you meet with him to get his statement, his proffer, and we'll talk about the difference in between an interview and a proffer, that is done on September 29, 2016.
actually, I was notified on the 29th. I didn't meet with him till the 30th of September of 2016 for the record.
Okay. So there was the potential of a couple of months to review your report.
Sure.
You would agree with me that this report details what your believed theory of the case is,
Yes.
that it was through Katherine Magbanua.
I don't know if it's part in that one or the first one you referred to for 9/14 of 2016.
Would it help you to review your 31-page report?
I'm looking at it. Do you have a specific section or page? And please don't give me a page number. It's probably not going to be the same as my format.
You're on May approach.
Right.
Okay?
That help?
Yes.
You agree with me, there's a lot of talk of Katherine Magbanua in this report.
Yes.
Now, in order for Mr. Rivera to get a deal, he has to advance your theory, right?
I don't know how, I'm not sure how to even answer that. I already gave my part in here. You're asking me for a lot of questions that is outside my purview. Not being the prosecuting attorney.
I understand, you were the lead investigator, right?
Yep.
All right. And you went and met with Luis Rivera in May of 2016 when he was arrested, right?
We met with him at the Federal Detention Center, Coleman, in Central Florida.
And that interview was recorded.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you told him, giving us Garcia is not enough. We already have him.
Okay.
You agree with me that
Yes.
that was said? So you have that meeting in May of 2016, where it's not enough to give up Sigfredo Garcia because you already have him. There's then arrest warrants and reports that are talking about Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and several months later, he comes back to you and says, Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua were involved, right?
In so many words, yes.
And it was his words, this guy's word, his word alone, that resulted in the arrest of Katherine Magbanua.
Objection, calls for speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
After his proffered interview on September 30th, she was arrested the very next day.
And you would agree with me that it was not enough without his testimony.
It wasn't enough for the state attorney's office to approve the warrant, correct?
So let's talk about what Luis Rivera says. The direct evidence that he gives against Katherine Magbanua. First, Luis Rivera says that Sigfredo Garcia told him that Katherine was involved, right?
Yes.
These reports explain how Garcia was involved, right?
How Garcia was involved.
Correct.
Yes.
And his movements and his actions and his phone calls, correct?
Yes.
In fact, one of the pages in here talks about specifically the volley of communications, not the substance of it, but just when the communications happened between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes.
The next thing, the second thing that Luis Rivera gives as evidence is that he overheard some phone calls, right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that the discovery discusses the call frequency between Garcia and Magbanua.
Are you talking about my discovery? Is that what you're asking?
Correct, yes.
I don't recall when it was brought up or how it was brought up, but as you're referring to this section that you pointed out, to me, there's phone calls between Garcia, Magbanua, and Charlie Adelson, back and forth, but not directly between Adelson and Garcia. They all go back through her.
We're getting a little bit off track here.
Okay.
So I want to bring it back in. We're talking about what Luis Rivera tells you is the direct evidence against Katherine Magbanua. The first one is Sigfredo Garcia telling him that she was involved. The second one, that Luis Rivera says that he overheard some phone calls that were being had between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, right?
No, he overheard one particular one immediately after the homicide.
All right. And you would agree with me that he didn't have to make up that there was a phone call because it was right there in your report that said there's a phone call at 12:30 after the murder, right?
If he had access to it, or if it was read to him, or given to him, yeah, he could do that.
He would just have to pepper in what the conversation was about.
Sure.
You have no reason to believe that he didn't get your report and discovery, right?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
In your many years as an investigator.
Once again, I have no idea. That's my answer.
Okay, but let me ask the question. In your many years as an investigator, you learned that these reports become part of the process and go to the defense. You know that, right?
Yes,
And you have no reason to believe that that didn't happen here.
I have no reason to believe otherwise in this case.
All right, now the third thing that Luis Rivera says, the third and final piece of direct evidence, all the evidence that he gives against Katherine Magbanua, is that there was this supposed meeting the day after the murder where the payment was made, right?
Yes,
You would agree with me that your reports discuss the cell phone proximity of all these people on the morning of July 19th.
yes,
So let me back up to make sure that that's clear for the jury here. The murder happens on July 18, 2014.
correct.
July 19, 2014, it is believed that there is a meeting between Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and Katherine Magbanua where a payment is made.
Yes,
And Luis Rivera says, well, Katherine's there and she makes a payment,
yes.
right? Now, there's some cell phone communications that morning, and then there's also the general proximity of cell phones in the Miami area, correct?
Correct.
And all of that is explained in the report about the communication activity and the proximity of the phones, correct?
Yes,
So all Luis Rivera would have to do is just pepper in some details to make it into evidence, correct?
well, let's make sure that the jury's clear that the conversation was not captured. It was just where the phones were and the duration of the calls. So as far as the payment or anything, that came directly from Rivera.
Correct. So what we're talking about is that Luis Rivera can take it and go, all right, so there's a phone call at 12:30. I know there's a phone call, and I know that because they're telling me. Oh yeah, that was the phone call where I heard there was a murder. He could do that, right?
Yes,
And again, you agree this is a dangerous guy.
I've already answered that, yes.
Yes. And although you said that you didn't give him the script intentionally, didn't you unintentionally give him the script of what to say?
If you want to look at it from that hindsight, yes.
That's all the direct evidence he gives, correct? Against Ms. Magbanua.
To my recollection.
So let's go to one of the pieces of circumstantial evidence that the state asked you about, the paychecks from the Adelson Institute, right? Your theory is that it was payment for involvement in the murder, right?
I just know she received compensation for no known duties, nothing that she didn't do anything for them.
And that's great. That's great for their theory, right?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, getting paid and not having responsibilities.
Again, their theory. That's great for their theory to have payment for no actual work, right?
Correct.
Now, you can't say whether she actually worked there or not, because you agree with me that you didn't fully investigate.
Not following.
All right. So, Charles Adelson, he works at the Adelson Institute, and that's a brick and mortar location, right?
Yes,
But he's a traveling periodontist.
yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what that is.
He goes to other dentist's office to do special work.
So he's not working at one location constantly.
Correct.
Now, you were aware of Katherine Magbanua's job description, right?
No?
You weren't aware that she was communicating with patients?
No.
Do you not remember, or is that a no, she wasn't? Do you not remember, or is that a no, she wasn't?
To my knowledge, she was not contacting patients.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
Page 117, lines 4 through 10. You're on Met Road?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could just read that portion.
Oh,
You
no,
understand?
no, don't read it out loud. Just read it to yourself, and then when you're
Okay.
done, look up.
Okay.
That help?
Go ahead. Please rephrase.
Did that help your memory?
Yes.
What was Katherine Magbanua's job description at the Adelson Institute?
According to what was talked about on the phone was contacting patients, and that would be the wire tap of Charlie and Katie, Katherine Magbanua's phone.
So surreptitious recordings of Katherine Magbanua speaking to Charles Adelson talks about her working at the Adelson Institute.
It's just reference of contacting patients.
And that would, in his patients are what? He's only a dentist, right?
Yep.
He's not a doctor. He doesn't have patients in another field of work, right?
No.
So his only patients would be through his dental work.
Yes.
And she was getting paid for doing work for the dental office.
That's what was said on the wiretap. That was what was captured, and that's what I was referring to in my depo.
So you would agree with me that she's working at the Adelson Institute?
No. No, I do not.
Would the work of communicating with patients require her to be in any specific office?
No.
Were you aware whether she did or did not have a work phone?
I never found any evidence of a work phone. I do not know whether she had a work phone.
If you could explain to this jury what you did to look for it.
I didn't come across anything. There was never a reference to any other phone number besides the one she maintained that we had.
My question was, what did you do to look for it?
I didn't have anything to do with it.
But you had this.
I didn't look for a phone, a separate phone. That's what you're asking.
You had this information from surreptitious recordings that they don't know about, where she's talking about communicating with patients. So you knew that there was a lead there, right?
I don't remember if the reference to patients was at the beginning of the wiretap or later on when I felt like they were suspicious of being wiretapped.
Let's talk about what other investigation you did. Did you go and speak to patients,
No.
whether they've spoken to Katherine Magbanua?
Once again, no.
Did you even try?
No.
Could have gone to the Adelson Institute, stood out front, and asked people, hey, do you know who this person is?
Did not do that.
Going back for a second to the wiretaps. The wiretaps were over a period of time in April, roughly May of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those yourself.
I reviewed a good portion of them, yes.
Now, what's been termed as the bump, the communication between law enforcement and Donna Adelson, that doesn't happen until around the 20th, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And in your review of all of the phone calls prior to that bump, before anybody knew anything was going on, you heard phone calls where it was talking about...
Objection, hearsay.
That's sustained.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar.
All right.
Investigator, I'm going to frame this a little bit better for you, just for the jury here. The government asked you the question about whether there was any evidence that she worked for the Adelson Institute on direct, and your answer was no, right?
Correct.
I've now asked you whether you reviewed the wiretap, specifically those prior to the bump, before anybody was thinking, hey, law enforcement is looking at us, right?
Okay.
All right. In your review of the wiretaps, are you aware of the call on April 15, 2016 at 12:03 and 10 seconds where Ms. Magbanua says to Charles Adelson, quote, still work for you?
Still what?
Still work for you.
I don't recall that offhand.
You would agree with me that a phone call where she says still work for you is evidence that she works for him.
I don't know what context that was in. I'm not sure what preceded that or what was discussed beforehand. That terminology could mean a lot of things.
Could also mean that she works for the Adelson Institute and is legitimately receiving paychecks, right?
Yep.
Now, not only did you have the wiretaps and have all this call detail record, at one point you get Charles Adelson's iCloud data, right?
Yes.
Now, iCloud data, for anybody that doesn't know, that's all your information that you have in the cloud with Apple for an iPhone, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
It includes text messages, phone call logs, notes, calendar events, contacts, stuff like that, right?
I don't know to what extreme it collects everything, but...
And you as a lead investigator, of course, you reviewed those iMessages, right?
I reviewed some, and then I've been reviewed by myself for all of them.
Do you remember on August 12, 2014?
Objection, hearsay.
Same response, Your Honor.
Overruled.
On August 12, 2014 through August 13, 2014, where Ms. Magbanua sends a text message to Mr. Adelson saying, can you call me when you get a chance? Have something to ask you about your site. I'm not saying today, any time of the week, because he's asking me and telling me to call your office to get some info and to set up a meeting, but I'm going to tell him to just meet you up anywhere you're at. Response, I will call him first break today, repeated, to set something up. Can I text me his contact info? And that was read correctly. There was just a mistake.
And that was from Magbanua to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
And that was August of 2014?
August 12th and August 13th.
I don't recall that specifically, no.
You remember the government's exhibit is somewhere here, but the government's exhibit for the paychecks, right?
Yes.
Now, when did these paychecks start?
Down at the bottom, the date right there, I can't read it from here, but I believe it's September of 2014.
September 18, 2014, that's when the paychecks start, right?
Correct.
Now, staying on the topic of the iMessages, in your review, your objective review, do you remember the text message where Katherine Magbanua texts Charles Adelson on September 14, 2014, 4 days before that? Text him, I'll let you know my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again. Is that or is that not evidence that she's about to start working for him and receiving paychecks?
That sounds like it is.
Next, on September 17, 2014, Katherine Magbanua sends a text message to Charles Adelson. That's awesome! Exclamation point. Thank you so much. I'll call them to make sure they put me in the schedule. You said my full name. Charles Adelson to Katherine Magbanua. No problem. You're helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to start. Excuse me, that's Katherine Magbanua. No problem. You're helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to start. Yay. Next message. Cool. It should work good. I did say you would call. I did not give your full name, but just call. It's cool. Response. KK. Now these messages are on September 17th, 2014, the day before she starts receiving paychecks. It's evidence that she's working there, right?
Sounds like it.
So the answer that was given to the state of no evidence that she's working there, that was incorrect, right?
No, that was my answer to the state.
In your
These are text messages. I don't even know what preceded the first part of that. Awesome, what was the awesome in reference to?
how do you not know? You said you reviewed the iMessages.
I don't have them all right here in front of me. You're referring and picking up in midstream and saying awesome and starting off this whole diatribe. I don't know what the message was before that
All
she's
right.
referring to.
So do me a favor, explain to this jury what could have preceded. I'll let you know my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again.
Objection calls for speculation, argumentative.
All right. He's already answered the question. Let's move on.
In your review of the iMessages, you also came across the messages on November 6, 2014, where Charles Adelson writes to Katherine Magbanua, "Put that you work in the office, not at home."
Put, was that the first word you said?
Yeah. Let me know if you need me to reread it. Put that you work in the office, not at home. Next message. No shit, Sherlock. My apologies, Judge. Response, LOL. Next, I don't know pay period dates. Can you call me? I'm driving. Focusing first. So you would agree with me, November 2014 is right at the beginning of when she's working there, right?
Yes.
And there's a message that says, put that you work in the office, not at home, right?
I heard you.
That would indicate two things to you, right? That she is working for the Adelson Institute, right?
He's telling her what to put on something. I have no idea what that's in reference to.
But it says in there, put that you work in the office, not at home. That was a big deal for you on direct, the fact that you never saw her leave home and go to the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
All of this lines up with the fact of what you found out in your investigation, that what she was doing was communicating with patients and she was doing it remotely.
Could have been easily explained at answering the subpoena, but it never was.
Investigator, do me a favor, look at this jury. Can you tell them conclusively that she did not work for Charles Adelson, legitimately receiving that money?
I can tell you that I could find no evidence of what duties, how she was employed, what schedule, or any way that would adjust for this compensation. Nothing.
And as the
I could not find anything. And it was subpoenaed to the office. You would think that an office could supply an application, a W-4, a schedule, duties. Nothing was provided. Only that these paychecks were paid to her on those days.
Investigator, my question was, can you conclusively say to them, no, she didn't work there?
No.
Because there's evidence that indicates that she did, right?
You've read it out. I've stated my answer.
All right. Let me give you a name, and we're talking about your investigation. Juan Marcos Vega. Are you aware of who that is?
I beg you remember the name.
That he was a Latin king?
I don't even recall whether he was a Latin king.
Did you ever take a look at Luis Rivera's federal indictment?
I'm sure I did. I don't, at this point, I don't recall what exactly it said.
Do you recall that he was a co-defendant in Luis Rivera's federal indictment?
Objection, relevance?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the indictment?
All right, the objection's overruled, and you can go ahead and show it to him.
Sure.
Make sure you show that to the state.
Okay.
I don't recall reading this before. I mean, I can sit here and read the whole thing, but I don't recall reading this before. This is a federal indictment? Okay.
Fair enough. If you don't remember reading this and taking a look at it. Now Jason Newland, he's an investigator for Ms. Kappelman in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Works with the prosecution.
Yes.
When you were working the case and still the lead investigator, did you ever receive information from him concerning the name Juan Marcos Vega?
I did receive a couple of different names from him, and that may have been one of them.
Was any investigation done into Juan Marcos Vega?
I did not. I don't know if Investigator Newland did, but unless I documented it and have forgotten about it, then it was not my play.
Yeah, we're just talking about you.
I did not.
Let's go back to Luis Rivera, and specifically the statements that he made to you. On October 4th, 2016, you and Agent Patrick Sanford from the FBI, you sit down with him and you have a recorded interview, right?
October 4th, 2016, correct.
And that was at Jefferson County.
Jefferson County Jail.
Now, a couple days before that, September 30th, 2016, you have your first meeting with him.
Yes.
Now, for the jury, these two meetings, these aren't investigative meetings, right? These are proffers.
They're referred to as a proffer by a defendant.
This is where he's showcasing what information he can give you to get a deal.
I just take the information as part of the investigation. I have nothing to do with the deal, but yes.
Yeah, you get the information, you then pass it over to the government, but it's ultimately the currency that he has to get a deal, right?
That's what that's the way I understand it works, yes.
The first meeting with him on September 30th, 2016, it was not recorded, right?
No.
But could have been.
Yes.
You were notified, as you told us before, the day before, on September 29th, 2016, right?
September 29th, I was notified that the next day they requested me, myself and Agent Sanford, to interview him at the Jefferson County Jail, which would be September 30th.
So you'd agree with me that you had time to prepare?
Time to prepare?
A recording device.
There's already a recording device at the Jefferson County Jail.
And
I was informed of that.
And yet it still wasn't recorded.
It was not recorded.
And that was a decision to not record it, because the capabilities were right there. You were in an interview room.
Correct.
In fact, you were in the same room that days later you did the recorded interview, right?
Correct.
You also had cameras of your own.
Back up a minute. Cameras of my own.
Let me help you out. Right after that meeting, you get into a van and go looking for the gun, right?
Right. I was supplied a body cam that uniformed officers primarily wear. I was supplied that right before we went on a van ride on September 30th, 2016 to retrace the steps, the route they took that day.
You would agree with me, as law enforcement, you don't need approval to record. You can do it surreptitiously.
Right. Yes.
You'd agree with me that the September 30th, 2016 interview or proffer should have been recorded, right? You'd agree with me on that.
not necessarily as a decision by the state attorney's office not to record it. We didn't record it.
And all we have is your account of it.
I did a detailed report on what was said during that meeting. It's not verbatim, it's not a recording, but it's my record.
It's summarized, right?
Yes,
And that word is specifically used in your report, that this is summarized.
correct.
So it's more of your opinion of what he's saying.
No, it's not an opinion. It's not all regurgitated in detail.
You would agree with me that you're not writing down quotes. Like the court reporter here is taking down exactly what I'm saying, right?
Correct,
That's not what's in your report.
correct,
Your report is, Rivera said this, Rivera said that.
correct.
Not a quote, open quote, this is what he said, close quote. It's you saying what you think he's saying.
Correct.
Let's go to another name, Anthony Ortiz. You know who that is, right?
I know the name. It's been a while. I don't recall his involvement of anything. Anthony Ortiz, I do remember the name.
And he goes by the nickname of Hebero,
Okay.
and you know that he was a Latin king, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're saying that you're not sure of any involvement. On direct examination, the government moved in through you Luis Rivera's call detail records, and you reviewed those when you were on the case,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The morning of July 19th, there was a bunch of communications with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz, King Anthony, right?
We weren't monitoring Luis Rivera's calls. Is that what you're referring to?
Let me rephrase it. July 19th, 2014, the day after the murder.
Right.
When Luis Rivera tells this story that Katherine Magbanua is there for the payment of money. Remember that, right?
Yes.
You have Luis Rivera's call detail records from that morning, right?
Okay.
And there's a whole bunch of communications amongst all the other people where he's communicating with King Anthony, right?
I have to take your word for it. I don't recall it specifically. But I know that King Anthony or Hibaro does get involved as far as going to pick up someone.
You never interviewed King Anthony, right?
I don't recall interviewing King Anthony, no.
You think that you would have written a report if you interviewed King Anthony, right?
Yes.
And Luis Rivera never made any mention of you about a third trip to Tallahassee, right?
I've never heard of a third trip, only two.
In all his statements to you, and in total, how many statements were there? 5/27/2016, 6/3/2016, 9/30/2016, 10/4/2016, right?
Yeah.
No mention of a third trip, right?
No.
Your reports only talked about 2 trips though, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about the gun. You don't have the murder weapon in this case.
Do not.
You know the route that was taken by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera after the murder, right?
Correct.
I-75?
Well, from here, I-10, but yes, to 75.
Now, you know this because the cell phone communications track the route that they take.
Correct.
Ultimately, the search for the murder weapon has stopped.
Yes.
There was a few attempts that were made in 2016.
Yes.
And that's it, correct?
I don't know if there's been anything since I retired.
In your time on it, it was limited to the end of September, the beginning of October 2016.
The end of September through October, you said?
Correct.
That sounds about right. I don't recall exactly when the last attempt was. It may have been as late as early November.
But ultimately, you made a few attempts to try to find it.
We desperately were looking for where the gun had been discarded.
Now, the reason why you're out there looking for it is because Luis Rivera is supposedly trying to help you find it, right?
Yeah.
He tells you Sigfredo Garcia, threw it near a bridge.
Right.
But ultimately, he was never able to give you the exact location.
No, he was not.
Your Honor, if I could throw it?
May.
I'm showing you it's been remarked as defense 6. You know what that
I've
is?
seen it, yes.
That's the, well, I got a Ladies Foundation question.
I'm with you.
You know what that is?
Yes.
All right, that's the drawing that Luis Rivera did for you to help you locate the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
All right. And you know what that is because you were in the room when he handed it over to you and Agent Sanford.
I believe, yes, on October 4th, I believe.
And it's in the same or substantially the same condition it was in when you received it on October 4th.
It does appear.
Defense offers into evidence what's been remarked as defense 6.
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted as Defense Exhibit 6.
This is the best he could do for you, right?
He offered it. It was not even solicited. He just, when he came in for the interview, at some point he produced it, and with his limited education, that's what he got. And he-
Dangerous guy, right?
Yeah,
Career criminal.
yes, to my
But-
understanding, yes.
Potentially with a motive of not wanting you to find that gun, right?
I truly believe he thought it would help somehow for his credibility. If he could find the gun, he believed it would help his credibility.
He thought this would help his credibility.
He thought finding the gun would help his credibility. I can't help his artistic talent.
But
That's what he drove. He explained, he was very consistent in explaining, you cross over this bridge and you pull over on the side of the road right next to this guardrail. Well, there's only about 10 dozen of those things along I-75 if you go south.
Or perhaps he just wanted to present himself as appearing helpful so that he could get a deal.
I think the deal was already done at that point.
October 4th, 2016?
October 4th, 2016.
Took the plea the next day, right?
I don't know. I mean, but these trips were after that. These trips were all later than that. These trips down to South Florida to try to locate the gun were after he'd already entered his plea, to my understanding.
Investigator, I understand you've been retired for years and it's years out. Correct me if I'm wrong. You speak with him on September 30th, 2016. You get into a van that day and you're going to look for the gun, right?
No, that's incorrect.
You disagree that you went to look for the gun on September 30th, 2016?
I do disagree with that.
Okay. Let's go back to Miss Magbanua and her arrest. You were present with Agent Sanford in South Florida when Miss Magbanua was arrested.
Yes,
And she's arrested the day after Luis Rivera names her.
yes,
There's 10 to 15 law enforcement that surround Miss Magbanua.
yes.
Guns are drawn.
There are some guns drawn.
She didn't flee.
She did not flee.
She was so scared by the police presence and the firepower that she urinated herself.
Apparently.
Apparently. You saw it, right? You were there.
I was told, I did not witness that actual action, but I was told she had.
The reason why you and Agent Sanford were there, you didn't have to be there for the arrest, right?
We wanted the opportunity in case her counsel decided to allow her to speak to us. We wanted to be there.
You were hoping that she would cooperate
Of course.
to further advance this theory that you believed was correct.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer.
Sure.
To further advance the theory.
Sure.
Okay. And it was your words that if she had cooperated, no charges, nothing, you can walk out of jail once we get all this testimony from you.
Hold on.
Objection.
And what's the question? That he made that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can answer whether or not you made that statement.
I'd like to have it repeated now.
All right, if you can repeat that.
Would it help you to read your deposition? Do you want that, or do you want me to read it?
Just the question is fine. There was a lot going on here.
And your words specifically, and your intent, and your motive at that point specifically was no charges, nothing. You can walk out of jail once we get all this testimony from you.
That's what I reportedly said?
Yes.
No. Totally incorrect.
brief moment, Your Honor. Investigator, give me one quick second. Can you put that word search it? Yeah. It's a depot, but the page I'm on. Nothing. One brief moment, Your Honor.
Briefly.
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't specific. That's what I was looking at. Yeah, I didn't know if that was a common thought. Yeah, thank you.
I'll break it.
So we're line 24.
What page?
Page 66.
Objection, may we approach?
You can.
Investigator. You said a moment ago the hope was talk to Ms. Magbanua's attorneys and hope to get cooperation, right?
Yes.
And you had talked about, on direct examination, about some phone calls, right? That you allowed Ms. Magbanua to call Ms. Kawas.
Yes.
And how about 10 minutes later you get a phone call from Mr. Adelson's attorney at the time.
Yes.
And your belief is that that somehow establishes a connection in between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. If you know, you can
I-
answer.
I thought that it was quite significant that another co-defendant or unindicted co-defendant's attorney had already learned about Ms. Magbanua's arrest so quickly. There was no press release. It was within minutes.
Let's jump into this. So Ms. Magbanua was arrested.
Yes.
You contact Ms. Kawas, and the hope is for cooperation at that point in time.
Actually, it was just the phone was held up so Ms. Magbanua could talk to the counsel.
You didn't take the phone away and have a specific conversation with Ms. Kawas where she asked you for a copy of the arrest warrant to even know why Ms. Magbanua was arrested?
I don't recall that. I think we had a separate phone call from my own phone.
All right. Now, are you aware of who else Ms. Magbanua called? Now, are you aware that she called Sigfredo Garcia's attorney, Sam Zengane, to find out if he knew anything about what was going on?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If you know.
I've heard of it. I've heard that she did call more than one attorney, yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Zengane called Mr. Marcus?
Objection, speculation.
If
Do
he
you
knows,
know?
he
I have
can
no,
answer.
I don't know.
Now, the purpose of the communications, there'd be nothing wrong with attorneys communicating with another to say, hey, has your client been charged as well too? I don't have a copy of an arrest warrant. We want to know what's going on. Anything wrong in that?
At face value, it doesn't sound like it. Sounds like it's pretty quick, though.
Isn't it just looking at everybody and anything through dirty windows instead of clean windows?
Objection, argumentative.
That's argumentative. You don't have to answer that. The next question.
You don't deny that Ms. Kawas was trying to get a copy of the arrest warrant from you to know the basis for the arrest, right? You don't deny that.
No, I didn't have a copy with me. I didn't have a copy on me to provide. She was not on scene. Ms. Kawas was at another location, and I told her where Katherine Magbanua would be transported, which was the Broward Main Jail, it's called. And that's where she could meet her client. And if she had, after meeting her client, if she decided to provide us any information, she knew my phone number.
You got one brief moment?
Yes.
All right, investigator, last topic here. We're going to turn the attention back onto Ms. Magbanua, specifically with evidence of innocence. There are hundreds of phone calls in this case, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed those.
I can't swear that I've reviewed all of them, but I've reviewed a good portion.
You trust that they've been reviewed by
Yes.
law enforcement, though, right?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
You would agree that in those secretive recordings of literally hundreds of phone calls of Ms. Magbanua, there is not one admission of involvement or reference of involvement in this case.
Correct.
There is evidence, though, that she was working at the Adelson Institute, though, right?
From what you provided beforehand.
Now, there's also text messages, hundreds, thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
Those have been reviewed by law enforcement, right?
I did not review them, no. but someone may have. I'm sure they did.
Nothing incriminating against Miss Magbanua.
I have no idea. I can't attest to that.
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera are arrested in May, June 2016, and there's a lot of media about it, right?
Yes.
She didn't flee, right?
She didn't flee.
Continued living her normal life, right?
To my knowledge.
There was probable cause affidavits. Now for the jury again, a probable cause affidavit, that's attached to the arrest warrant, right?
Yes.
That's that narrative, that long explanation of what's going on. There was an earlier version of an arrest warrant that was leaked to the media months before Miss Magbanua's arrest, correct?
I remember something to that effect, but I don't think that was Magbanua's arrest warrant.
That it was both Charles Adelson and Miss Magbanua, that there was arrest warrants that were leaked.
I just recall the one for Charlie Adelson. I didn't remember that there was one. I don't recall there was one specifically for Magbanua. There could have been. I don't know how they were leaked.
Okay, so let's stay on your topic of that. One was leaked for Charles Adelson to the media, right?
I just know I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
But that's the only knowledge that I have.
And within that arrest warrant, that PC affidavit to the arrest warrant, it talked about the theory that Miss Magbanua was involved, right?
I don't know if that was in there or not. I don't know if that part of my report or any documentation that I did was in that document.
But those narrative sections are pretty thorough, right?
I'm sorry, the narrative sections?
Of a warrant, to get a warrant, because you have to establish enough to be able to make an arrest, right?
They don't necessarily, or not, everything in the case, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, but what we're getting at here is that that's leaked to the media and it's out there for Miss Magbanua to see, right?
Okay.
She doesn't flee.
She never fled.
There was a special on 2020. You saw that, right?
Yes.
A 2020 special, national television, naming her is involved in this case, right?
Yes, she was named.
She went about her normal day. It's evidence of innocence, right?
I don't think you want me to comment on that. It's either way.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Are you familiar with the attempts to interview Katherine Magbanua
Yes.
and simultaneously Sigfredo Garcia, her husband, the shooter?
Yes.
All right, and that was done on what date?
The 20, I think it was May 24th, if I remember right.
Okay, of what year?
I'm sorry, 2016.
Okay, and were you part of those
Yes.
interview attempts?
Yes.
What was your role in the interview attempts?
Myself and a task force officer from South Florida went to the residence at the time for Miss Magbanua. We knew she was home, and we went there. And
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of direct and cross-examination.
Overruled.
Permission for recross on this
No.
limited topic.
No, not at this point.
She was home.
We went to that location in an attempt to interview her, to talk to her about her involvement and get as much information from her as possible before arresting her. We had no intention of arresting her. She would not come to the door. She actually was on a phone call with a coworker of the Sigfredo Garcia, and said she knew.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
That's sustained.
All right, so she didn't come to the door.
No,
How long were you out there?
15 minutes,
Knocking on the door?
knocking on the door, standing out front, showing ourselves visibly.
Okay. And what did she do after that?
She called back, well, she tried to get a hold of Garcia. And eventually they did talk to each other. I don't recall what happened after that specifically, that same day.
Yeah, she packed up her stuff, didn't she?
Well, okay, yes. eventually, later that day, she did pack up her stuff.
And she left that
She did.
residence.
Yes,
She fled that residence.
yes.
Objection,
The
Your Honor,
residence.
mischaracterization of the evidence. If we can please go sidebar.
No, I don't need to at this point. That's overruled. You can continue.
She didn't stay at that residence again, did she?
No, she did not.
And she dumped her cell phone that day, didn't she?
Yes.
And went and bought a burner phone, didn't she?
They met at Walmart, her and Sigfredo.
Her and Sigfredo both got burner phones that day, didn't they?
Yes.
All right. You don't make deals with criminal defendants, do you?
No, I have no authority to do that.
Do you negotiate how many years somebody's gonna get?
Nothing like that.
Do you control what it is that a witness is gonna give as a statement?
No,
Do
nothing.
you suggest certain things would be good to give as a statement?
I can't. I have no authority, and I wouldn't do that.
All right, and you didn't do that with Luis Rivera,
No.
did you? Did you ever hear a statement come out of Luis Rivera's mouth? Were you ever present for a statement from Luis Rivera that did not include this defendant, Katherine Magbanua, hiring him and Sigfredo Garcia to come up here and kill Dan Markell?
No, it was consistently, his statement was always included Katherine Magbanua.
When you went to Coleman Prison to talk to him initially, he wasn't under arrest.
No,
He didn't have anything to plead to.
Objection, Your Honor. We're getting into leading questions.
That is leading questions. Please rephrase your questions, Ms. Catherine.
Did he have anything to plead to?
no,
He wasn't charged with anything.
he was not at that time.
Wasn't it Luis Rivera that told law enforcement for the first time that the money drop occurred the morning after the murder?
Yes,
Because we thought maybe it was the night before. We really didn't know, right?
that's correct.
And after Luis Rivera told law enforcement that the money drop happened the morning after the murder, that's when Chris Corbett looked at the phones and found all the evidence to
Objection,
corroborate
leading.
that statement.
What's your objection?
Leading and it beyond the personal knowledge of this witness. She's talking about what another witness knows.
It's not leading, overruled. You can answer the question.
That's how it occurred, correct. It provided, what he provided was a basis to look at where each individual phone was, each of the phones were that day.
At a certain time.
Yes,
And that wasn't something he read in a report.
no,
In fact, he didn't read anything in the report, did he?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, leading questions.
That's a leading question. Rephrase
Did
it.
Luis Rivera read anything?
I don't think he's capable of reading.
Not very well.
No, I don't know what education level he's at, but I know that he's limited on what he can read.
All right, the defense asked you about the evidence that their client was contacting patients. And was the evidence that you were shown on cross-examination by the defense any evidence of her, was she contacting a patient in what they showed you?
It didn't show that.
All right, so she's talking about contacting a patient.
Yes,
All right, and you're familiar with the wiretap in this case.
yes,
Maybe not every single call verbatim, but in general, you get the idea of the wiretap.
right,
You've heard a lot of those calls.
yes.
Okay. And are the parties speaking in code on those calls?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike improper opinion.
That's it. I'm going to agree with that. That's sustained. And so the jury's to disregard that. Ask another question.
Are the parties on those calls specifically referencing contacting patients in a way that does not suggest they're really contacting patients?
Hold on.
Your Honor, objection, and for the record, counsel has just done air quotes to indicate that somehow it was coding. This is a violation of the motions in limine. If you would please go sidebar.
All right. No, that's overruled. I'll allow the question.
Please repeat it.
Ask the question
Are
again.
people talking about contacting patients on this wire in such a way that does not appear there are any contacts being made with patients?
Yes.
Objection, improper opinion, move to strike.
Overruled.
Yes, it appears that it's staged language.
Thank you. And you don't anywhere on the wire have any calls where Katherine Magbanua actually called any patients?
No,
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's prior testimony in this case on October 9th, 2019?
objection, Your Honor.
And your
No.
objection, hold on. What's your
We
objection?
can go sidebar on this one.
We'll go sidebar on this one.
He's under a subpoena, we'll just call him.
All right, so I wanted to ask you about some of these iCloud text messages that you were asked about on cross-examination.
Okay.
Okay, one of them had to do with, just a moment. Getting on the schedule. You recall that one? Being asked about that?
Something about a schedule, yes.
Okay, and that was offered to you as evidence that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute. Recall
Yes,
that?
that was,
Would it refresh your recollection to see the entire text thread in context?
sure.
I'm going to approach.
Counsel.
Nick?
they're trying to say that it was about institute, which is something separate. I think something to start.
No one wants to, if you decide to start a question, right, there's no objection.
Yeah, feel free.
Right.
So on page 2 here, the top message is about this, put me in the schedule. That's the quote you were asked about. If you'll take a moment and just review this whole thread, you have to work your way backwards.
Right.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection?
I don't really, yes,
You reviewed the context of that
yes,
put me on the schedule comment now.
yes.
And what does it appear based on your review of the context that they were talking about in reference to putting her on the schedule?
Objection, relevance, and proper opinion.
Overruled.
It's, Ms. Mcbanua is scheduling to get a wisdom tooth removed
By whom?
by Charlie Adelson.
Okay, look at it again because maybe it's not clear. Let me look.
I'm excited to start.
I can hear you from here, so. All right. All right, so she's communicating with Charlie Adelson,
Yes,
making arrangements to get a wisdom tooth pulled.
yes,
All right, and that is his line of work.
that is his line of work,
All
yes.
right, 1 moment.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar, please. This one? It's about the website, yes.
All right. You were asked about, on cross, about her making a phone call for him in August of 2014, and you were specifically asked about a message involving something about a site. You remember that?
Yes.
All right, that was August 12th of 2014. I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence of state 68. Are those the paychecks that Ms. Mcmanual
Yes.
received? When did she begin receiving paychecks?
September 18th, 2014.
Okay, so not during the time frame of the message you were shown?
Right.
Yeah, no problem.
And then lastly, you were asked about a message involving Charlie Adelson instructing Ms. Magbanua to say she worked at the office rather than, or to put that she worked at the office rather than at home.
Yes.
Okay. And in that message, did you have an opportunity to review that
No.
message? Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 5, and the content is shown down here where it says body. So if you'll just take a moment and review those.
Okay.
So what is Charlie Adelson advising her to do in those?
It's hard for me to see. It appears that he's saying put that you work in the office, not at home. She responds,
No shit.
yeah, well, well, we already went over that. No shit, Sherlock. LOL.
All right, and
And I can't
we
make
don't
out
know
the-
the context as far as what form or document or to whom she's representing she works at the office,
Right.
do we, based
No.
on that exhibit?
Right.
Okay. And it appears, it suggests that she's to misrepresent where she's working, doesn't it?
That's what it sounds like, because it says, I don't know pay period dates.
Objection, leaving counsel testifying.
All
Would
right.
you,
Let's have put in the form of a question, Bert.
would you expect someone to know the pay period dates if they were employed?
Yes.
So, based on this further review of those text messages, as you sit here today, do
Yes.
you have any evidence that Katherine Magbanua was in fact employed at the Adelson Institute?
No.
She was getting a paycheck from there.
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right. That concludes our testimony for today. And so I'm going to excuse you for the day. I'm going to ask that you come back tomorrow again at 8:30. We'll start promptly after everyone has arrived. And I'm going to, again, remind you, don't watch any news reports, don't look at anything on the internet, don't have any conversations with any friends or family members or with each other. And we'll see everybody here tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll start soon after that. Okay? Have a good evening. Thank you. You can just leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll take care of those. All right, Mr. Isom, you may step down.
What would?
Sorry about that. All right, the jury is out of the courtroom, the door is closed, and that concludes the testimony for today. Just a few things before we break. Tomorrow morning, we're going to hear from Wendy Adelson's attorney. We'll hear that first off. And whatever he wants to put on the record, I've given him permission to do that. I think you already have my ruling in regards to Ms. Adelson's testimony. So we anticipate that she'll be testifying, Ms. Kappelman, tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. So my previous ruling is that the cross-examination will be limited by whatever the direct examination is, and also any future calling of Ms. Adelson for purposes of testifying under a defense subpoena, if we know now what we anticipate we're going to hear from her attorney, that she's just going to take the fifth, that she will not be called to testify under those pretenses. Also, just for planning purposes and security purposes, will we have, do you anticipate that Mr. Rivera will be testifying tomorrow, Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, Your Honor. We do hope to get to Mr. Rivera tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, tomorrow afternoon. All right, and so that was one thing that Mr. DeCoste, that you had requested in regards to particular witnesses to know if they are going to testify, so that you can be prepared with whatever items you need to bring for court. So you do know that those two particular witnesses, we anticipate they'll testify tomorrow, okay? All right, so we'll break for the evening. The jury's coming at 8:30. Let's be ready to go here in the courtroom at 8:45, and then we'll start either at that time. We'll hear from Wendy Adelson's attorney first, and then we'll start with the testimony back up. Okay, everyone have a good evening. Thank you. We'll be in
Your Honor,
recess.
one brief matter.
Yes.
Investigator Isom, we would like him to remain under the government subpoena. He is also under ours and most likely will be called in our case of June.
All right, so Mr. Isom, you are still under subpoena. You need to be, communicate with the state in anticipation of potentially being recalled, and they'll let you know, either side will be in contact with you in regards to that, okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, in a final order from the court that the rule has been invoked and that you not watch any of the testimony of other witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Isom, you know that. No discussions with any other witnesses. You can talk with the attorneys, but no reading of anything else in regards to the trial until your testimony is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now, Mr. DeCosta, is it okay if we break for the evening? We're in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's going on? Just try to reassure him that we can. Okay. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. So I'll probably see you again before we're through. Okay. Thank you.
No, for the weekend, and then just, you know, the same thing. Like how we did last night, like 9 o'clock for